All right. Well, welcome back, everyone. Hope your week was fantastic. Halloween is this weekend, so just started off. I hope everyone stays safe, has fun, but hang out with us tonight and avoid some of the catastrophe that it is driving this weekend. But nevertheless, let us go ahead and restart with a little recap of last session. And probably the main thing, and the thing that encompassed most of last session, was the fact that Nori was now bleeding from everywhere. In the morning, shortly after breakfast, Emmerich and Richa had a conversation. Emmerich relayed to Richa some of the stuff that he had learned through his dream, and basically left it up to Richa whether or not to tell them anything. The only thing Emmerich kept to himself was the fact that his father is in contention for either ruling a district up north or the country up north, whatever gets decided with the ice sheet. Now, Richa had some... Emmerich didn't want to tell the rest of the group right away, and Richa had some trepidations about that, and ended up deciding to go to Nori, Bryn, and Polly and relay pretty much everything. This had different outcomes across the different people that it immediately affected, and understandably, Polly had a bit of conversation before walking off the ship and going into town for some food and drink. After Richa dropped this sort of bombshell information, Nori immediately started to scry on trees, because that's what Nori does, and came to the realization, being a nature druid, that she knew this was probably a possibility, that after the thaw, everything is pretty much about to die, and now you get nothing but puppy. Sorry, Bryn. We showed
He's so needy right now. I'm sorry.
We showed off our dogs before stream, and now the dogs are extra needy. And before Richa left, he asked Nori to identify this little piece of metal that he has in his backpack, that he originally had identified in the last timeline, but this has no idea what it is. So, Nori did the exact thing that her brother told her not to do when it came to identifying anything, was be careful, because some stuff that you identify may have side effects. And identified the first thing brought to her without any trepidation, especially coming from the bird. If there's anyone in your group that you should be worried about identifying, it's stuff from the bird. Kaporin, you know it's probably going to be cursed.
See, y'all roast me for being paranoid, and the second I'm not, I bleed from the eyes and from the mouth.
And ears. Don't forget that. As Nori became catatonic and frozen in a state of horror, or so it seemed across her face, as she identified, and blood started pooling and pouring from the corner of the eyes, the nose, mouth, and ears. This created chaos. The chaos crew now extended to not only the two boys, but the rest of the party as well, as the person with the most level head and the most ability to probably fix this, being two different people, the two girls. One's catatonic, one it's the wife of. So now the chaos is spread to everyone. Bryn went on top deck, called for a cleric, and by the time she came back down, Richa had screamed for Emmerich. Emmerich kicked the door in, broke the hinges, embedded the door into the wall, and then proceeded to cause extra chaos between him and Richa of them trying to fix Nori. Pumping lay on hands, cure wounds, and all of this being touch, and she's bleeding from everywhere, so now it just becomes a, oh god, it basically looked like Halloween by the time Bryn came back. And as she did so, Kaporin followed along suit this time. Luckily, Bryn was able to turn Nori on her side, so everything didn't pool into the back of the mouth and choke her out. And but this now made the blood go everywhere on the floor. And Bella was trying her best to clean everything else up, but didn't know exactly which thing needed to clean up more. And so Bryn, saying her face, Bella focused on her face. This led the boys to just, no matter what timeline it is, Kapoor's going to be involved in a very large human fluid mess. The first one was with Tim and the baby. This one, it's Nori and blood.
Why is that canon all of a sudden?
It just is.
This one was a little bit more gruesome.
I don't know. You didn't see that room the way I envisioned it in my head. We're talking Big Daddy walking into the bathroom. Not Big Daddy. Daddy Daycare walking into the bathroom after the kid said I missed.
Jesus.
But with that, a cleric was summoned from the town, Polly. As the alarm bells and flags were rung, Devin, the Dragonborn, had been scouring the crossroads looking for Polly. As soon as Polly came out, hitched him onto the back of, in a piggyback ride, and just hauled ass back to the ship. I guess the best part of that being that Polly could at least go through the town without having to worry about his things being stolen. He made it back to the ship just in time for, during this whole situation, Nori had been pulled from her body and was having a conversation with another entity that was connected to this slight piece of metal. Mithranim, the god of smelting and forgery and metal, whose bone marrow this little metal was, had a candid conversation with her. It ultimately came down to, yes, he's a god. This is his last living piece, but he is not imposing his will in any general direction on whatever they decide to do with it. And that he values the fact that it's best for people to have choice than to try and meddle more than they should. And as soon as Polly walked in the door, Nori came back. Because that was funny. And Mithranim has a slight bit of funny to him. Healing was done. Cleanup was done. The chaos of 9 a.m. in the morning was taken care of. And yet again, the first large bit of chaos that a town receives is you guys.
Hey, the town's still standing.
There's still a day and a half left.
For now.
I thought we're on the last day now.
Yes. Well, from that point, there was half a day. The rest of that day went pretty quiet, as no one wanted to get into any sort of trouble for the rest of that day. But the rest of the day was uneventful, luckily. And everyone got sleep. No dreams this time around. No hidden messages or anything of the like. In fact, the majority of you guys had pretty quiet days. Pretty quiet dreams. Nothing really... More like deep slumber rather than dream state. Maybe a subconscious imposition upon yourselves to... I don't want to dream, because if Valek's going to jump in my head and tell me some horrible shit, then maybe dreaming's not good. But morning arose, the smell of eggs still heavily cooking throughout the entirety of the ship. But this time, there are no mass amounts of bowls placed out in front as well. So you guys are relegated to whatever supplies you have left over, which is still 8 bags of flour. Even after all the spaghetti that was made and then tossed out because the blood splattered everywhere the day before.
Warren already went around to all the rooms and collected his egg portions for the day.
Which is one large walk, and you're just like, yes, please, as people are cooking.
It's just like it was already previously agreed upon because he gave away the free eggs.
Yes. All right, so Kaporin does his morning egg buffet. Polly, you're usually the first person up. So you can either make breakfast for everyone else or go and do anything that you'd like to do before the rest of the
I will
group wakes up.
definitely make breakfast for everybody else, and then I will sit down after breakfast and plan out a lesson plan for Comparin.
Oh, and for a reminder, you guys were told that if you have nothing planned, they would like to leave by midday.
I have stuff for that too, but oh, by the way, where's the captain?
The captain's been on ship. He's been in town. He does a lot of because his wife really runs the ship, and he does a lot more of the liaison business work. So he spends a lot more time in town dealing with trade and loading and unloading of goods and setting up more shipments for the future. But he comes
Where
back.
is she?
They both sleep on the ship, so they're there every night.
So if I came with like an offering of like not just eggs in the morning, could I talk to her?
Yeah, she'd be probably up on deck, not quite at the helm, but just overseeing the preparations for the possibility of leaving half a day early.
Okay. Hey, I kind of want to get this thing going. I get that you guys want to be out by noon, and I'm super okay with that. But I kind of want to expedite the whole process, if that's a thing that you would let me do.
And what do you mean expedite this process?
As in, like, I could control the fucking weather.
Oh,
Like, make
No.
the wind blow the way that we need to go a little bit faster so we can get there a little bit faster and
Yeah.
keep storms away.
no, I completely understand. And if storms do come upon the horizon, then we would definitely appreciate it. But we've had someone do that in the past, and since you technically create a magic weather situation on top of a magic ship, it ended up not being as beneficial as we would have liked. But if a storm does come up, we would generally appreciate it.
I mean, it takes me 10 minutes to cast it in the last 8 hours, so...
Well, I mean, it's not like the storm is just going to magically appear on us. So,
I don't know, you haven't been in our storms yet.
that is not foreboding at all.
Oh, no, not at all. It happens a lot.
We will
Don't get us kicked off the ship.
take this into consideration when doing our pre-screening for further people to board, as well as pricing.
What
Great.
the fuck?
We
You
just
got
increased.
it.
Hey, you want to do this again? It's now going to be 4,000 a person.
Nope. But, yeah, if you need me, let me know, because I'm prepped to do it.
No, that's wonderful. Thank you for the offer. Anybody else for the
Upstairs
morning?
and finish breakfast.
Yeah.
We already established what Rachada does.
Right.
Warren wouldn't leave the room, but or I guess he would go and have his breakfast upstairs. And in the meantime, staying away from Amric because he hasn't seen him all morning again. But he would try to reach out to his dad off to the side.
Okay. Like just be like, "Hey, Dad, how's it going?" Or like a full-on, like try to sit down, have a conversation.
He would just be kind of speaking out to him. I don't think he'd feel like it's right to have the full-blown conversation right now.
Okay.
But definitely just like, I hope if you hear me, I don't know what's going on with Mom, if she's okay or not. I can't reach her. I hope you're okay, kind of thing. I hope you're okay.
Yeah. All right. Anybody else?
After Amric's mind is settled from all the events that happened yesterday, he'll probably go back to reading. But for the added effect of the Drax style stealth I am now partaking in. Every time Kaporn enters the room, he'll just stop. He'll make zero progress. He will sit there absolutely perfectly still.
Okay.
But the rest of the time he's reading.
Roger that.
Baron, this is gonna bite you in the ass so hard.
Little does he know Capone can actually see him, and he's just trying to play dumb to see if Emmerich will do anything stupid.
That's not what you said last session at all.
Can't rechange your canon.
Damn.
And Bella and Amric bonded last time having drugs together. So fermented good berries, but let's just say they were spiked. Anybody else? So Rajah's taken care of, Amric's taken care of. Polly and Kaporin's breakfast are taken care of. The ladies sleep in and then wake up to the smell of breakfast in, not bed, but in bedroom? Room service.
I'm gonna take an hour out of Kaporin's day to teach him some medicine stuff. Like some first aid stuff.
Okay. Polly, do a performance check, and Kaporin, do a wisdom check.
The blood. The blood. Okay.
I can't do a medicine check?
No, because this is just you being a teacher rather than you trying to do medicine.
It's so bad.
Karen,
It's
Karen,
so
your
bad.
voice
Both nat
are
ones.
so beautiful.
I got a
rolled a
nat
6, but I
one.
have a -1 in performance.
Ollie's is a 5.
Kaporin's all like, I'm not ready to learn today. Ollie's all like, you're gonna learn today.
This is how it goes down. Polly pulls Kaporin over to the side and goes, "Hey, just for an hour, just for a little bit, I'm gonna try and teach you some stuff to do some basic healing in case, say, me and Nori both go down. You guys can at least stop the bleeding. I know Bryn's had her military training, so that's not a problem. I know Amric. Well, I know Rachah can probably handle it. Amric's just gonna end
Eric's
up...
got lay on hands. He doesn't need.
Yeah,
medicine.
exactly. And
Hammer goes for the medicine bag, just throws the bag.
he's 4/5 dead already, so and it's like, so it just comes down to you, Kaporin, and I saw what you were doing with Amric's butt yesterday, so I need to teach you this. And so the first thing you do, Polly, is like show him, okay, this is a healer, like a kit that we use. Like, this is this, this is this, this is this. And Kaporin's like, uh-huh. And then Polly's like, now. And he takes out this, like, little, like, pork slab, throws it on the table, then takes fake blood and just goes all over it and put a big old gash in it and goes, which one of these are you going to use? Kaporin has a mental breakdown and goes, the blood! And just runs out the room.
But it's just blood.
Kaporin's gone.
What the hell? Fine.
Now
Then I'll start
comparing,
chopping up the pork for dinner.
Yep.
now comparing it has hemophobia as on top of his
We're getting there.
air sickness.
This is gonna be a problem.
There's just so much blood yesterday. He was completely fine with it, but really he was just
He was just
didn't
having
want
a nope session.
an internal
Yeah.
nope.
You were traumatized by holding spaghetti who was covered in blood.
Didn't even want to touch him.
And not actual spaghetti either.
I made
Instead,
Chad
he
spaghetti
got
the whole
blood on the
time.
spaghetti.
So that failed. Ladies, is there anything you'd like to do in the morning?
How soon after Kaporin got up did this happen? I was gonna say it's gonna be very different if Bryn and Dory had
I would say
to,
you had
like,
your
do
breakfast,
this.
and then after breakfast is when Polly was like, "All right, I'll take your dishes, and now I gotta teach Kaporin something."
Just I feel like that Bryn's gonna be like, "Dude, I'm gonna leave. Do you wanna go on a walk, Nori?"
Yeah, that would be lovely.
Don't forget, we're trying to leave before noon.
Yep, got it.
Got it.
So we unfortunately do not witness the Caporn meltdown, which is sad, I know. But yeah, we're gonna go take our chance to walk out in the city and maybe try to find the fun thing that you had planned, apparently. If we still can, we don't know.
You don't know.
We don't know.
Nope. So, just walking around? Okay, you walk around. So, before noon, the only person who's given me detailed things on what they want to do is Rachel. So, is there anything anyone would like to get done before noon? Because, like, everyone on the ship is like, no one has told them whether or not you guys are, like, okay with leaving at noon. They just said, hey, let us know if it's okay. We would like to leave by noon. And you guys were like, all right. Nothing.
Polly told the captain.
Polly told the
I
captain
did, yeah.
that told her, but he's not the leader of the group.
What does that matter?
Unless either all of you guys are together saying, yeah, we're cool with leaving by noon, or the leader of the group is like, we've discussed it and we're going to leave by noon. One random person of the group being like, hey, I know, you, and this is what you said, I know you guys want to leave by noon, and I can help expedite some things. So it wasn't like, yes, we're planning on leaving by noon. It was just more of like, I know you guys want to do it, and I can make us go faster. It's like, all right, but it still didn't answer the question of are we leaving by noon? So everyone, like, anytime, like, especially with Bryn and Nori, when you guys get to the top of the deck and start to move off the side and go into town, like, you guys come up to the deck and, like, three of the people kind of just, like, eyeball you and kind of, like, doing their thing slowly, like, is that...
I feel like knowing that they were trying to leave by noon, Bryn would be like, we'll be back before noon, just before they leave.
So we all leaving by noon?
Yes.
Confirm. And the guy who's talking, he just kind of like looks up to her, and she's like up on the quarter deck. She's been focusing this entire time on the conversation. She goes, "Do you hear that?" And she's like, "So it is confirmed we are going to leave by noon." What it?
Yes.
I don't appreciate vulgar language like that. Can you just confirm or deny that you would like to leave by noon? There's no need for vulgar hand gestures.
Apologies. It means something different for... I guess it means something different to both of us. Yes. Yes, that was an affirmative.
Yes, this basically means bend you over and shove it in your ass.
That was not my intent, I assure you. I just meant yes.
Bryn is
So
thoroughly
sorry.
cracking up behind Nori.
Yes. It's understandable not everyone interacts with different societies all the time. I would suggest maybe the first few times you do interact, keep the hand gestures to minimums, because there are many out there that use hand gestures for talking. And I've seen you all do this one a couple times already. And that means I hope you die. So
not quite that intense. More of I'm tired of your bullshit.
okay, but but you understand that hand gestures could immediately make a situation very wrong.
I understand that now. Many apologies. We're leaving by noon.
Not a
Rory
problem.
keeps her hands by her side when she's saying that.
Yes, we're leaving. All right, not a problem. Sun up in the middle of the sky. It's when we'll be leaving. You're confirming it now, so if you are on the ship, then wonderful. If you're not, find a way on. We will ring the bell 5 times before we depart.
Sounds good.
And Bryn and Nori depart. Walk around the town, doing walk around town things.
Just get away from the boys.
It's like take our last opportunity for a while. Just like, okay, just chill.
Oh, never mind. I won't say.
So the rest of anybody else, if they would like anything to do before the noonish bell toll.
The last thing Rachel would do is after he was done, he'd go to the store.
Which one?
And the dwarven one, I believe, is what it was.
Okay.
The one thing he'd want to get at metagame wise, because we don't need to relist everything, is the band ball, the restraining ball.
Okay. Oops, sorry about that.
Manners.
That's not what I think it is it?
It's the one that ties up the person and holds them until they release it.
It goes with his
Manners.
other accessory.
Conveniently, we might add that Kaporan literally can't get out of Cuckoo.
Do you remember how much it was? 'Cause-
Nothing was below 7, if I recall.
I'll find it and I'll send it to you.
Was the spell gem.
When I find it, I'll send you the price.
Are you going to put something in that spell jam, Emmerich?
Sounds good, but that was all Rachel would have wanted to grab from that store.
Okay.
Well, it's not for anything specific right now. If anyone thinks they have a really good idea for it, we can use that. But I was also kind of thinking that if we're gonna go back to Ixia, I could potentially get us all fine steed, so we could all have horses.
Well, doesn't magic horse not allowed? Isn't it not allowed?
We can't cast it in Ixia. I don't know if we can bring them into Ixia.
I would
Put
think
a
the magical
pin in
barrier
that.
would knock it off.
I mean, I flew through it, but then we got shut down, so that was not fun. Would recommend against it because that means they can sense when magic enters, and those little friends are magic.
Yeah, but if we're riding them, it's not like they're going to attack everybody.
Yeah. Plus, weren't you doing like super advanced magic? This is my magic. It's kind of small.
You know,
Right.
I'm usually not the word of like common sense around, but I don't think we should do magic at all in Ixia until the war's over.
Holy crap, he learned something, guys.
Everyone
we all
suffers
exchanged a
8d6
look.
psychic damage.
Oh no.
Just
Just
kidding.
the bloody nose starts happening.
Yeah.
Not
Just
again.
I really don't think as blood starts as the brain is processing.
Oh god, he
Just
really
end
doesn't
it.
think what's happening.
Oh my god, I swear to God, Kapoor, it's not that hard to learn first aid. Please, stop. Just stop, put your head back, please. Here's a tissue, I promise. I won't ask you ever again, I promise.
So for the
Is
spell,
that what we walk in on?
the spell gem does require attunement, Emmerich. So if you use it for Fine Steed and then you de-attune to the spell gem, the spell also cracks.
No, it's.
No, I'm saying yes.
Oh, for this one?
Yes.
So only Amber can use this.
No, he could technically throw Fine Steed in it, swap the gem around to whoever wants to use it, and they can use the spell. But I'm saying he can't put a Fine Steed in it, give it to someone else, they use it, the spell, and then they give the spell gem back to him and he puts another one in because it'll break their Fine Steed because it's not part of their class or their ability to do it. So the only reason they can do it is because their attunement slot is set up for spell gem. And so it's acting as the liaison for that spell.
Basically, whoever uses the spell has to hold on to it.
Yeah, if
Right.
it's something like Fine Steed. If it's something else, then they could burn it and then give it back. But if it's something that, like Fine Steed, that's going to need to constantly happen, then it needs to stay with that person.
So, like a
Question.
familiar or fine steed are out of the question for spell gems.
Not out of the question, it just can't
Unless
be
we hold on
transferred
to it.
constantly. Yeah, so, like I said, he can do it, give it to Bryn. Bryn can pop a steed out, but she's got to have the gem constantly until... and as soon as she de-attunes to it, her Fine Steed's going to be gone. So that's what I'm saying.
In that scenario, could I still cast my own Find Steed and we'd have two of them?
Yeah.
If nothing else for like pack horses.
Yeah, because basically you're not only making the spell gem attuned to that spell, but the ability to keep using or keep accessing the spell for the length of its duration. And since Find Steed is technically a duration of up to you dismiss it, it dies, or forever. So technically, Bryn could find Steed and then just keep it going for forever until her steed disappears in one of those two ways.
Okay. I'll also actually explain all that to them and then kind of go. I mean, it's kind of however the group decides we best want to use it right now. If it wants to stay with me, when you want to cast something into it that could be useful, if more than one person had it, then we can do that. Or
Recording in progress.
Sorry.
Recording stopped.
There we go. It's right underneath chat, so sometimes I just hit it. And okay, so I just wanted to say that I do want Richa to have it now. So I would love to see Richa on an ostrich.
I can just spawn an ostrich.
But Richa with his own ostrich.
Not the same.
And I just want to see the artwork for that.
Question. How would it work with a magic item that can produce spells? Could you put that into the spell gem?
Like
Example.
like Luke?
Luke. Okay.
No. If something innately has its own spells, then it basically sits as a version of a spell gem. So you can't
Spell gem to spell gem kind of thing.
exactly. You can't item to item.
Okay, dokie.
And also you can't scroll to spell gem either. You can't use a scroll, a temporary scroll, make a spell, and put it into the spell gem.
Got it. Okay, dokie.
You said something about like if I put sending in it and they don't have any casting levels, like if Bryn tried to cast it, it would break the gem.
We have to have at least a level of that size. So if you put sending in it, only Kaporin and Nori could use it safely.
Yeah, there is a chance of it breaking if the user doesn't have spell slots of that spell level.
Okay, then never mind. Yeah.
Which I believe for each level above that user's ability, it's like a 5% chance, but it's still a chance.
And knowing us, it would break immediately.
Oh yeah, of course. You'd have lovely bloodstone shards. All right. So anything else prior to noon departure?
Just putting all that food away, securing it and stuff.
All right. Okay.
Bryn's just avoiding the glass shop. She's just like, as soon as she sees it, she's like, yeah, we're walking around that one.
We're gonna take a long detour, and Nori's just like, does she have something against like goblin and kobold shops? Like, why are we?
No, and it's just that one. She's like, let's go this way around the street and like go wee and like basically just pass it, but like in a really janky way.
Yeah. All right. Nori, roll insight. You can tell Bryn's being weird. More weird than usual.
Did it connect? I don't think it did, but I rolled I got a 9.
That sounds like Nori and Bryn's relationship.
Do I get advantage for being wife?
No, if anything, you get disadvantage.
Get it.
Welcome to what being a husband feels like. If you don't know, then I just can't. I pulled that on my wife the other day. I felt real good. But anyway. She's acting weird, but it could just be the fact that you guys are gonna be leaving soon, or nothing strictly points out that shop being the culprit. All right. So
Just like a quiet, you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
All right.
as you guys make it back to the ship, it's like you guys would probably not push it down to the wire, but definitely stay off the ship for as long as you could confidently stay off. But as you sort of peruse up and down the docks for a little bit, you start to see some of the sails starting to get unfurled, some other flags are getting raised. It's like, we should probably head out. And that's when this black blur just goes past you. And then up the rope ladder up the side.
Not even a good morning.
Then, like a supersonic jet, 20 seconds behind, you hear a "Good morning."
Oh, there it is.
Hope you're having fun, Racha. I don't even know what he does, like 95% of the time.
I don't know if I want to know.
It's like there's part of me that's really curious, but the other part of me is deeply afraid, especially considering what happened yesterday.
I'm pretty sure he threw himself into a gigantic hole on like one of our first days here.
Gigantic hole.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Talked to one of the crew, and apparently it's something they like to do, and Racha just went somewhere. So I'm assuming it was there. But he didn't die. I gave him 24 hours. I said if he didn't come back in 24 hours, I would go look for him, but he's back.
Is this happening on the deck while I'm in the thing?
No, I said you zoomed past and went up to get onto the deck. Because
Oh, okay.
you would have been in the crow's nests. And if not, by the time that they left, someone else would have inhabited your crow's nest. And you can't.
Yeah,
let
that was.
happen.
I thought I was in the crow's nest and they were on deck, but I'm on deck and they're on the ground. Gotcha.
Yeah, they're on the dock and they were heading back, and you sort of passed by them. Because everything that you wanted to do, plus going to the store, it would have brought you up to the edge of time.
For sure.
But you guys, girls, you follow up with the last couple Dragonborn who, some are stumbling. It seems that they're having a hard time. Probably had a late night. And then you see the captain just, like, at the base of the rope ladder, just watching these guys, like, slowly pull themselves up the ladder. And he just kind of looks at the two of you as you approach and kind of gives you a warm smile. But this black and silver Dragonborn is like, our paying passengers are here now, and just looks up and goes, 3, 2, and you all of a sudden, oh fuck, and then you just start to, and the one that's underneath is slightly less feeling the effects, starts climbing over the first one. He's just like, nope, and it just starts going up, and he goes, 1, and just looks up and just unleashes his breath weapon, which you see is this lightning bolt that has this black swirl around it. As it heads up the ladder, it impacts the back of them, sending them flying. It's force and lightning damage. So it just hits the back of them and just catapults them up and over the deck, make eye contact with Racha in the crow's nest, and then zoom back down to the deck. And he holds the ladder there. And wait till it stops shaking. And sort of gestures for you, ladies.
Thank you.
Slightly alarmed, Nora will go up.
And after you two have made it all the way up, sort of waits there for a few more moments to make sure that no one else is arriving, and makes his way up as well. Looks at Bryn and Nora, who was just on the deck by the time he makes it up. looks up to his wife. She gives him a nod, saying that all of their people are on board. The pile of 2 Dragonborn, currently still smoking a little bit, rests at the base of the main mast. The 2 of you stand just off to the side, and he looks at the 2 of you, mainly you, Bryn, and sort of, is everyone on ship?
I guess she just saw her Cha go on. Did Polly and them come off? I don't think so. Let me go run down real quick and check. And she'll go see if all are accounted for. Real fast.
Okay. So you run down and go look into the things. Nora, you on top deck with him. He sort of just gives you a nod, and then turns and starts to pull up the rope ladder. And he leans over to the point where you're like, oh shit, don't fall over, dude. And just with big armfuls, he's pulling 10, 12 feet of rope ladder up at one pull, and then going down over the edge with his other hand, doing the same thing. He does that 2 times and then stops halfway, his body leaning over to the point where you're worried, why are you stopped? Is this a normal thing? You kind of look back at his wife. His wife's kind of looking down, eyes squinted, what's going on? And then he leans back and lets go of the rope. And there's a moment. And then this figure climbs its way over the side, jumps onto the deck, head wrapped pretty heavily, just the eyes are showing. Looks like, pink skin underneath. Probably human, halfling, something. Decently short. We're talking just under Polly's height. But then you hear this sort of are you still accepting passengers? And you realize that it's probably a child human. Looking at the figure, you can't tell exactly. They're way too heavily cloaked in all their different areas to see boy or girl, or if it's just a weird pitched halfling, or it's a human. But the Dragonborn just staring down at this little thing just goes, we do have passengers, but I believe the price is... And this person just drops a bag of coin at their feet. And you see this chink, and then it just opens up and platinum spills out. I'd like a round trip, please. Dragonborn sort of goes, at least you know our language. Picks up the bag, sort of sifts through it for a bit, only takes the coin that's needed and tosses the rest back. And they go back into the bag, take out a couple more platinum, and hand it back over to him. He goes, with this, we'll get you a better cabin. And he goes off to underneath the quarterdeck. And this little person follows behind. One of the other Dragonborns sort of come up the side and quickly pull up the rope. And by this time, Bryn, you would have checked down, found Kaporin in the room, Amric frozen still. The sound of Polly in your guys' room belays that he's in there. And you head back up, just to the visage of the Captain Dragonborn moving away with this person behind him. And Nori's sort of just standing there watching it all unfold. As the rope ladder gets brought up, the sail is completely unfurled, the anchor dropped, and the ship rising back up straight into the sky.
And we're allowed to stay on deck when this thing takes off, right? We just buckle in?
Yeah, you're gonna need to clip in somewhere.
Yeah, Nori will clip in so she doesn't fall and die.
By now, you guys have been with so many take. This one isn't a slingshot takeoff. This one's a slow rise. But it's customary for you guys now. You've been here long enough to know to clip in and sort of stay out of the way.
All right, Nori's on deck. She likes watching this.
After a few hundred feet in the air, the sails and cross beams get extended out to the sides of the ship, and sails unfurled, and you guys are back into full speed. So as far as time and size go, asking first mate Cloud Chaser how long it should take, they would tell you that it is going to be the Yerkix chain next, and ask if there's any specific place amongst the chain that you think you're going to be jumping off, because remember, they're not stopping for you. You guys said that you were going to wind walk your way off.
Kaporin would exclaim that he needs to stop at the northernmost island.
Okay, so the northernmost island, for their understanding, is probably going to take about a week to get to. So you guys have about another week worth of any time on this ship that you want to take care of anything, or practice, or do, or prep, or anything like that.
Forms.
Dexterity check.
May he get a good roll. Amen.
Trying to teach Spaghetti stuff and thinking about doing spell work, but knowing that she might explode something, so she's not going to test it.
Okay. Kaporin did a holy amen with a demon dad, so you know that roll was going to be fucked.
I'm sorry.
Fortunately, this next part is just, it's very intricate, and you'll get there eventually. You'll get that roll one time.
He's just not into it right now.
Understandable. So Nori, you'll have the entirety, so you could basically teach all the commands to Spaghetti now.
Wonderful. So it'll be essentially, do I have to teach Spaghetti like what individual, like different words, like this is Polly, this is Amber, that's a chair?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's gonna be a lot of that.
Especially if it's anything to do with an interaction. So like if you're trying to teach it to pour a potion, then you're gonna need to teach it who everyone in the group is, what a potion is.
Yeah.
Pulls the drow poison from a child's belt and throws it into his throat.
Yeah, it'll essentially be, the commands I'm going to be doing is just, so sit, and then the best way I could do is come, but it'd be like come, and she would point where she would want him to go. Because the next closest thing I could think it would be wiggle, and yelling wiggle as it's, although it is very funny. Wiggle! Wiggle like your life depends on it! Wiggle to Polly!
You can also say move.
Yeah, probably move would be better.
Move
I
here.
really like wiggle though.
I like
especially if someone is dying.
Wiggle
faster
right now.
I'm changing it to wiggle.
How big is this thing?
When it completely finishes, it's going to be the length of an adult vine. So we're talking.
What does that mean?
About 4 feet long.
Oh,
But
it's another
It's
child.
gonna be terrifying.
But it for the majority of the time, it's going to stay coiled up, and it can stay decently coiled up in like a good, like 4-inch by 6-inch ball.
But still, when it's full grown, Nori just goes wiggle, and then it's like exactly. It's just a
This
snake
massive like
coming to a
vine
dead
jumps out of her
person,
pocket.
basically.
I
So
would
you're
really
gonna
love to
wake
see-
up to a snake thing, and you're going, "What the fuck?"
You might as well just call it Slither then at that point.
I really, really love to see it as like a neck shawl for Nori, and it just unwinds and just jumps from her neck.
She can be super sneaky and attach it to Acacia.
Oh, spaghetti would die because you'd be in the sun too much.
True.
Yeah, I don't think
Do,
Casey would
do
be
I
okay
do
with that
wiggle or
either.
slither?
Wiggle. It's more. It's
Definitely. Well,
fierce.
I was gonna
What
say
would
would
Nori go with?
Lauren agrees. So
It's more deceptive, if anything.
All right. It's gonna be wiggle, and then grab, and then pour. So have practice grabbing different items. So it'll be like, okay, grab this.
Well, okay.
Pointing to
So if you're not saying like grab something specific, then you're going to have to grab. When you say grab, just like your move command, you're going to have to point to it.
yeah.
Because teaching it grab, and then the whole host of things that it could possibly grab, is going to be. Then it becomes you're teaching it multiple different things. So I would say that you'd have to like grab and point. Like you'd have
grab
to
and
say-
point is fine.
yeah. So I'm just saying, like, you can't be in the middle of doing something and then yell over your shoulder at Spaghetti, who may be like 60 feet away, and go, wiggle and grab! And it's gonna be like, where the fuck am I wiggling and grabbing to?
Yeah, that I figured like pointing had to be a part of this.
Yeah.
Wiggle and grab. We're in a
Or
police
all of a
situation.
All of a sudden, it just starts strangling Caparin. It's like, oh god.
And
It's just what
burn
spaghetti
noodle.
wanted to do.
and for your knowledge, sort of like certain companions and constructs and such, if you don't give it a command, it's going just to continue doing its last command.
I'd love to see this thing try to defend itself.
It cannot defend itself.
Oh, it can. Oh,
It's got an AC of 2.
it's worse than Kapoor.
It can't even be in the sunlight.
Yeah, exactly. So
Yeah. It's essentially a little emergency thing, or it could be a very funny thing where I could just be like, wiggle over there, grab that.
it's literally meant to be like a house pet that can do stuff, like a little maid from the Jetsons, but you're supposed to get like 3 or 4 of them, so they all have like individual jobs,
Cute.
This is way funnier.
and then you can just tell them to go to sleep, and they'll like hang from the ceiling, like, like decoration.
Beautiful.
We have to get a bunch of them for the keep.
Your keep already takes care of itself.
I still want a bunch of.
Oh,
I want a
goodness.
vine room.
Just
I
so
want
you
a
can
plant
kill them.
room.
All right. So, we'll say that Spaghetti is able to be taught the 4 things, and can even do some practicing by taking like empty potion jug and fill it up with water, and you're like, "Hey, Bryn." She's like, "What?" And then you just hear, "Wiggle, grab, pour." And she goes, "No, no, 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 no." And all of a sudden,
Should have taken it when I could have.
"I've had enough water today, Dory.
Get comparing in here.
This is like the 3rd gallon you forced down my throat. Now I know how Bella feels."
I was just gonna say, I know how Bella feels. She will gladly go get Kaporin. Hey, Kaporin.
The door opens up and you just hear, "Wiggle, grab, pour." And this vine just into your room and just starts attacking Kapoor. Trying to feed him water.
Kapoor's all like,
Accurate.
no, it's not alcohol. No.
And then he opens up
Oh,
his
that would
eyes
have been
and
a
some
good
gets in
idea. I
his
think
eyes.
Bryn would have liked that more.
By the end of the day, probably.
Right now.
So,
Kapoor. Oh, sorry.
no, I was just going to say, so that gets taught. Unfortunately, Polly's not very successful, but his mind is elsewhere on his forms. Amric, I'm guessing you probably want to read a little bit.
yeah, I know. I only need like 48 hours of reading, I think, in a week. But with the limitations imposed by being near Kaporin, I say it probably takes me just about all week to get through those 48 hours.
Yeah.
The only other thing that Amric would like to do at some point is, until we can find something else to do with it, Amric's going to put a level 2 Bless in the spell gem, and that will fill his last attunement slot.
Okay. Easy enough to do. Nori. Give me a perception check.
That's a solid 30.
Okay. I would say one of the rare times that the bird is out and about upon the ship. You catch sight of him. Quick conversation, maybe during dinner when some food gets sort of served out by Polly. It's just brief and it's just for a moment. But this bird and his BDSM wear, gotta bring it up every time that it's relevant. By now, you've learned to notice where the nipple rings are and where the different clasps, the different parts of his body that may have a weird shine to them are because of this God's forsaken thing he wears all the
We
time.
really need to burn it and get him something new.
I'm gonna make Richaw fire resistant if you. The amount of things you want to
It's
burn
not
of his.
Richaw.
It's not Richaw, it's the
It's not
outfit.
Richaw,
I
it's
will.
the outfit.
I will say that he can extend it to all the items that he wears and has on him.
Rude.
I have a minimum. I have a
Fire
minimum
resistant.
25 grapple escape check now. Good luck trying to hold me down.
Fire resistant is not the same as fire immunity. We just have to burn you a lot.
But during this one moment that he's sort of shifting in the light, you catch a glance of a glint of light in a place that doesn't have any shiny artifact, usually from his sportswear, we'll call it. And it's centered directly in the middle of his chest. One of the places you know this BDSM wear does not have anything.
Right within that ring, right in the middle.
Oh no, he's got 2 rings that go. Yeah, so
and
there's
then
just...
like a little strap that goes across the 2 rings,
Mhm.
and then it's like right above the center of the strap.
We've thought about all this, yes.
I can.
I've had to be
never
ready
thought
in case
that
someone
this
said,
shit
I need to
would
know
be
what it
part
looks
of my
like.
D&D experience.
I need
The
to
reason
be...
why we
all
haven't
of the
asked-
things, of all of the things, this is probably one of the top weirdest things that we have
Just-
encountered and continue to use.
That
'Cause
is
literally-
your word for you.
Nobody has ever said, "Hey, Richa, you probably shouldn't wear that because it's meant for this purpose." And as soon as that happens, Richa goes, "What the fuck, guys?" Until
Exactly.
changes.
It's
For
late
months.
for us.
You look
Too
so
late.
happy.
We're in too deep. Yeah, it's
It's...
either the
Now you
outfit-
just have weird tan lines if you took it off. Like, your feathers have molted around this by now.
I don't think any of us have the heart to tell him at this point.
Well, what's worse is everybody else plays into it too. They don't say anything. They're random people that just meet them.
You guys don't say anything about it, and you just show up as if this is what it is. So a lot of people have never met Kinku, so they don't understand that if maybe this is a style of clothing, and maybe whoever, made it mainstream as a BDSM thing saw that and just sort of took it from this culture. They don't know. And so they're just like, well, you guys would know if, since you hang out with him, you'd be like, oh, and don't mind our bird and his clothing choice. He's just weird. Never. So they're not going to be like, why the fuck is he in, not a Dom suit, but the reverse?
I traveled with Vinny for a year and a half.
Oh yeah, Polly doesn't
It
give a
doesn't
shit.
faze me anymore.
Kaporn's not completely sure what it is, so
Please. That was your favorite
It's-
island's cold subject.
Oh yeah, you would know. What are you talking about, you gremlin?
Remember, cold subject was a Spencer's and a Hot Topic pushed together.
I thought it was only Hot Topic, goddammit. Great.
So, Nori.
What do I?
you
What
s-
glowing thing do I
It's
see?
not glowing, it just catches a glint of light, is all. But with that high of a perception check, you know that that specific location shouldn't be glinting.
Nori would get Rickshaw when he's alone, not like in a creepy way, just like
I mean, he's
in between, like
I'm gonna get you.
He's in the mass, pretty much. 18-7.
would they let me go up there?
They let the bird go up there.
All right, I guess I'll go up there. Is there a ladder?
I've never really needed one, but
I
Yes, there
want to
is.
know if I wanted to know if I have to spider climb my way up there. So yes, I will take the ladder, pop up, and go. Hey,
he's got like a whole little lounge situation up there with a bunch of pillows and nesting materials. And I'm like, oh, hi.
you look comfy.
I like to make it my own.
So I'm just going. There was a little. You wear a lot of shiny things. There's one shiny thing where there wasn't a shiny thing before on your chest.
What do you mean?
Well, he points to where whatever she saw, the little glint.
He'll like move his feathers a little bit and like, oh shit. Hey.
What is it?
With his feathers and everything, it's sort of hard to tell.
Okay. What is it?
Some purple.
Purple? Elaborate?
I don't know. Rock.
Purple rock? And we know that Rachaw's god is Trentinir, don't we?
I guess it would be whether or not Bryn told the entire group or just told Richa.
I guess she would have told you. I think she would have told you first, but then been like, yeah, she probably would have just told you. And then just be like, do you want to tell the rest of the group? And left it up to you.
Oh, then he probably would have told the rest of the group then. Especially when he was like very obviously trying so hard to get connected to this god of some sort.
He and I have talked about it, haven't we?
Not about it being Trentimir specifically, but trying to connect with my god, definitely.
Purple stone, as in that purple stone.
Yeah, I think so.
How?
I got it to work.
How did you do that? So you have a connection to him?
I think so. Very, very faint.
Can I see?
Well, you gotta buy me dinner first. And then he'll like separate his feathers.
See the little Trentinir piece?
Yep. Just a very small, slender piece embedded into the skin.
What are you gonna do with it? I mean, faint connection. Is it just something you have now, and we'll figure out what to do with it later, or?
I'm not entirely sure. It felt right. I fell down. said, give. Would I even be able to say that since I heard it in my own head?
You've heard the word give from someone else, so.
Gotcha. And then I offered. He said, "Poof," and then like image makes his hands go oof out from his chest in the crystal.
So he reached out to you, and then you accepted, and then he popped out of your chest?
Kinda, sorta.
And that was from you jumping down a hole?
Effectively.
Is this good for you?
I think so.
All right, that's good. Are you planning on keeping it quiet?
Well, to be perfectly honest, I didn't know it was there.
Fair enough.
I never meant to hide anything.
Okay. Well, if you need any help, I guess let me know.
I'm okay. It was a lot for you.
It was a lot for me, but it's easier for me to help other people. I know it doesn't make a ton of sense, but I was never mad at him. I was mad at the responsibility I didn't ask for.
I keep hurting you, though.
Rashawn, you've saved my life truly so many times.
You bled so much.
That was on me for being stupid?
I gave it to you.
I know, but I was being stupid. I should have cast detect magic on it prior and then done identify. Wasn't your fault. We both didn't know what it was.
Yeah, but more my fault.
You can't blame yourself for everything. That's my job.
You're a lot better than you think you are.
So are you.
Oh, I know that.
Good.
There's a reason why I'm still alive. And I don't think it's my own choice.
Because you dodge everything life throws at you? Is that what you mean?
I'm very avoidant.
I mean, you did dodge a meteor at one point. It's hard to argue with that.
I feel like we can help each other. And he'll gesture towards the crystal.
You and Tritmir?
And shakes his head.
All right. So, how do you want to do it? Or is it something you're still figuring out?
I haven't really been told. And we're kind of already doing something.
That's fair. Don't want to add another quest on top of a quest. A lot of god shit within the last, day and a half.
Yep, see, again, my fault.
It's fine.
Not to mention the demon.
Demon?
Oh, Did I not mention that part?
It's still inside you?
Yeah, since we came back from Lonatov. Timey-wimey bullshit
Fuck.
never happened.
Oh no. Well, we definitely need to get that fixed as soon as possible. Maybe that'll help him connect better with you if there's not another thing inside. You have two people.
Choose your words wisely.
Two people.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I could maybe use him too.
I don't know if you want to go down the path of a devil. That kind of, Nora kind of looks over the side. That kind of usually goes poorly.
Kaporan's on deck going, why is my ears burning?
It's the devil inside him. Duh. That's the whole.
Just smoking from the ears.
I feel like I'm being talked shit. Like someone's talking shit about me.
I don't know what you're talking about. I just looked up the side of the boat. I couldn't be referencing anyone.
If that was the
That
case,
section
you'd be
always be on.
yeah.
You travel with Amric, you would literally always be feeling that.
It could be useful.
Useful, yes, possibly, but really a double-edged sword there could fuck you over just as easily. Also, we need to let everyone know so no one casts detect magic or... Oh no, Polly has true sight now.
And
Yeah,
Lantern.
and the lantern. Okay, that's... I really wish you told us that earlier because that's important.
I'd have brought it up if it was a problem.
It happened last week when you left.
Wonderful. Okay, do you want me to tell everyone just don't use detect magic or true sight around you? Or do you want to do it?
Well, detect magic, I don't know about that.
Just sort of like a caution type thing.
I guess, yeah. I mean, the last person that looked at me and it was like mimics his chest opening.
Yeah, I remember being told about that. Not a great situation. And considering Polly has that spell, we don't want him getting split apart.
That's a fair point. But Polly never sees me anyways.
You're not wrong. You're a very hard person to find. Unless you're on a ship, then you're always up here.
That's true. I need to get better about hiding.
Please don't. It's already so hard to find you. Or if you do, make sure we know about the potential things living inside of you.
There's only 3.
What's the third?
He like pulls over his bow.
Okay, right, sentient. Well, that's what I came to ask about, I guess. I'll tell everyone to make sure we're careful.
Yeah, that's probably the best bet.
Well, good luck on your watch. And Nori will go back down and inform everyone, hey, maybe don't use True Sight around Rachel or your lantern. It will go poorly. A certain friend still exists within him.
I thought you guys got rid of that.
Not in this world.
Ah, shit. Well, it's a good thing he was hiding yesterday. When I looked at your piece of bone and I looked at Amric and his weird, creepy ghost eating the crap out of him and stuff.
Yeah, that's a problem too. Okay, so we've got ghosts eating Amric, we've got Racha Demon. Do you have any more?
I have a tail.
You have a tail? Since when?
Nah,
You
not
weren't-
really.
You
He
weren't
doesn't
told
have a
that,
tail.
Kaporin.
Oh, damn.
Probably saw it. but
Like,
he
the
never
Kaporin's
brought
a
it
little
up.
weird, but nobody cares about that.
Do you tell this, about Bryn's thing too?
Bryn doesn't have a thing, as far as I know.
She does have a
it's
thing.
the-
Her dad was like on her shoulder.
Oh, no. I wouldn't tell anybody about that at all. Not until we were alone.
Wait,
And I don't even
Oh.
think she would want to know.
I mean, you have a week.
wait, what?
Oh, yeah, you left. Sorry.
Yeah, she was gone when that was
I-
described.
Sorry,
Right.
don't worry about
Everyone
it until you hear
Forgot to
about it.
mention that.
Everyone just blew that surprise for her that probably could have actually dropped on her.
We haven't had time, and I totally forgot. So thanks for reminding me.
Well, this
We have a week.
yeah, that's one of this conversation between Nori and Racha is happening on the 4th day of your guys' 8 days of travel.
Did we have travel practice healing?
Hoobada?
Practice medicine?
Oh, you want to try again?
Do we want to try again?
Okay.
Can I help?
Nope.
Oh, I would love that.
If anyone wants to help in a useful way, it would have to be Bryn.
If she
Triage
messed.
master.
Racha will be the mannequin.
Oh, I don't want to hurt you.
Racha comes out covered in blood.
Just don't actually kill me.
Blood!
I'm in so much pain.
Nori like smacks Kaparin. Keep it together, man.
Kaporin, wisdom save.
Save or check?
Save.
It's more of like he's dressed like a zombie with a bunch of
Oh no,
bandages.
this is just Polly bringing up the sheer fact of teaching him again. Okay, you're open to it. You're open to it. Polly, go ahead and give me a performance check.
Can I give myself guidance?
No, because it's going to be over an hour-long period.
Bryn would help.
I give you advantage then for Bryn helping.
I offered to help because I at least have a +2 charisma. Oh, you did it!
Yeah. It's a -1 to everything, so
And
not
very,
so bad.
it's very much so Polly being like, God damn it, Kaporin, listen. And then Bryn being like, very good. And then Polly's just like, fuck this, I'm done. You won't fucking... And then Bryn's just like, try again. I understand. He's very frustrating. And so it just like turns Polly back around and it's like,
Oh, I have a
"Fine."
lot of patience. It's more of like, how do I make this coherent for Kaparin?
You're like, just do it. And Kaparin's like, but you haven't taught me how to do it. Just do it.
I feel like the people who could like actively heal would have a tougher time maybe teaching that, just because it's like, and then I do
It just
this.
comes so easily.
That's why Bryn would need to be the one to help with this specific thing rather than Nori. So, Kaparin, I need a wisdom check from you. He's nodding along. He's picking up what you're putting down. And then when it goes to implementation, Racha, in his cadaver form, lies upon the floor, probably sort of overselling it, like a... like those really shitty plays from back in the day, and Kaporan just like, and then Rachaw's got like a little ketchup bag worth of blood, and he just goes, and Kaporan just goes, and he just fucking slaps the Band-Aid down on the guy, like takes the gauze, throws it at Rachaw's face, and just goes running.
Actually, like,
Ah,
accidentally shot it too good because of his accuracy and, like, nailed him in the face.
Right in the eye, yeah.
When I was gonna be like, you know what you did wrong? See how he's not breathing? It's because you wrapped the bandage around his nose.
It's like-
Genku anatomy.
It's one of the largest things on his body. It's understandable. He's like 1/3 beak.
But after I unwrap Racha, after Kaporan has run away, apparently,
One more fail, and he's not doing it again.
that's fine. Hey, Bryn, can I have a moment? Thank you, Racha, for your help.
Racha, like the mummy, has that little trail of gauze still stuck to the bottom of his foot.
Yeah,
Sadly,
he'll work on his zombie mimic again.
You're doing great.
Just sounds like someone
Wonderful.
hungover.
You're horrifying.
maybe not. Try not to scare Kaporn next time, though.
Oh,
Do
always.
it again. It was funny.
It really was.
Just start when he's trying to learn how to save your life.
Yeah.
True.
Maybe.
It will be embarrassing if Spaghetti's more competent than he is.
Wouldn't that be funny?
You know, I just realized something
No.
horrible and great about Emmerich invisibility. If he's dead and he stops moving,
Kaporan can't
Kaporan?
see him.
we can't save him.
Go heal Amric. Where is he? He's right there. I can't see him.
This is some sort of what's Amric's god's name?
Worth it.
Umbros.
Yeah, Umbros's magic.
Umbros' gift.
So after everyone disappears from the room, we'll say this is on the 5th day. After Racha disappears, and it's just Polly and Bryn left, as Nori is having to clean up this. As Racha walks away, he's leaving blood splatters, and she's just like, oh, I feel bad asking Bella to clean up something again. It's just, I'll be right back. And she just like goes, but Racha's too fast, so it's just this constant like, Racha, wait!
Oh, Nori would have told them like, hey, it would essentially be just like after the kid got on, she's like, yeah, there's another passenger. It's some sort of very wealthy child.
Okay.
But that would be about it because she literally has no other information.
Yep.
It was just a kid who had a lot of money.
Sounds good. And then she goes cleaning up after Racha, who even in zombie form is still faster than everybody.
It's expected, really.
It's World
Hey,
War
you
Z.
know
Slow
what?
down.
Slow down.
It's a runner. It's a runner.
Yeah, it's World War Z.
Slow
zombies.
down, Racha. You're leaving blood. Granted, fake blood. It's fake, isn't it?
Sure.
I don't like that.
To be fair, it'd probably be a lot easier to get stuff like pork blood or whatnot than to create fake blood
Pork blood from what?
from the town you guys just left.
Yeah, that was 5 days ago.
You can bottle that thing up. You pickled so many other things. I'm sure you have a couple mason jars that are now empty.
Got some nice space things, that's for sure.
And it's for Chaw. He got it from somewhere, and we don't want to know where.
Make an insight check, Nori.
I physically can't beat it.
All right, then you believe
Oh wait,
him.
no, 22. Yes, I can.
That's my minimum roll. I rolled a 6.
That's a 9. I wholeheartedly believe Racha.
He goes, sure. And continues down the.
Alrighty then. Me trusting you went really well last time, so I'm gonna continue.
So, Polly, you're alone with Bryn now.
So, before we left, I did a couple experiments with Nori and with Amric of all people, which was really, really weird. It was kind of awkward, honestly, because she's got that. Well, I look around a little bit to make sure that we're not being like watched or hovered over or listened to. That piece that she mentioned earlier, and that was really bright. It was awful and it was horrible. So obviously there's something big there. But I also looked at Amric, and that wasn't going real well either. So I kind of came up on deck, and on your way down I saw something that was really weird, and I don't know how to describe it.
What was it?
Well, I'm not gonna say it was a ghost.
Bryn
It
would
was-
remember, like, from before with the eyes that she had, like, that black aura about her, though, right? Okay. Did I have, like, a black aura about me or something, Polly?
Kind of.
Fuck, what? You need to
Kinda.
describe it.
Well, I'm trying to, but I don't know how to. So it was a man, and it was taller. And
Same height.
it was same height. And you stopped, and we said hi, and then you walked, and it kind of like, I want to say like half a second later, it separated a little bit from you and put its hand on your shoulder, and then moved into, but not quite, your shadow. So imagine that Racha was walking by, and he was kind of a blur. It's kind of like that, but with you and a blur. It's just, but there's only one blur instead of like a length of blur. He's like literally a half a second behind you, kind of following / mimicking you / hovering over you, but not hovering over you because he's the same height. But it's a guy. Like it's not like amorphous blah blah blah. It's
What's he look like?
I honestly didn't get a super good look. I mean, he looked Valkyr, if that made any sense, if that helps at all.
She's at least gonna, like, relax a little bit at hearing that. Still a little like, oh, what the fuck? But she's definitely visibly relaxed.
I mean, there wasn't, like, from what I saw, there wasn't any malicious intent. It was just kind of attached to you. But not, like, I couldn't see, like, if it was draining anything or adding anything or taking it. Like, it was just there. And it's shadowing you. It's not, like, in your shadow, but it's kind of shadowing you.
I mean, I have my dad's, what's it called? What's it called? Sheath. That
It was dagger and a sheath, don't you?
it was just the sheath.
Okay.
And so I have my biological dad's, I have Floki's dagger, and my dad's sheath.
Can you describe them to me?
I'll just show them to you.
Oh, I don't mean them. I mean your dad and Floki. Because neither of them were shaped like a sheath or a dagger.
Oh yeah. So you just said, "Can you show them to me?" She's like, "They're right here."
Describe them. I meant.
She'll describe, I guess, her dad first. Well, you met. Did you meet Floki?
Nope. Never.
Okay.
That was Parsifal.
Oh yeah, yeah. No. So she'll describe her dad first because she thinks it's him with the sheath.
Not quite.
The description she gives matches the person that you saw.
Oh, her dad, not Floki?
Yeah, so she calls Floki Floki.
Oh, stepdad. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, her dad is the one she raised her.
Gotcha.
So she would do stepdad first.
Roger that. So that doesn't match.
Really?
Yeah, not quite.
Okay. Well, Floki, and then she'll just describe Floki.
I mean, Not that sounds a lot closer than what you described before. I mean, I could try again, but with what Nori just told me about Rocha and the way he pops in and out of places, I really don't want to try it again. I mean, I could try with the lantern if you want to see for yourself. Also, I think I should show Amric the same thing, but that's entirely up to him.
I would like to see for myself.
Sure.
But I also understand if you want to wait and figure out where the hell Racha is.
Yeah, well, I just want to talk to him before we do it, so he's not in the way. Because we've talked about this before, and the lantern and stuff, and he definitely knows how to avoid the lantern. We can definitely do it tonight. Let me just let me follow them down. I guess there's a blood trail, or Nori yelling after a blood trail.
Nori's been cleaning up the blood trail, just like, Racha, please stop. Just like get the blood off you. Damn it.
Yeah. Let me go find them, and we will. I mean, whenever you're ready, I'm just gonna go let Racha know that we're gonna use the lantern and to stay out of the light. Because personally, I don't feel like being ripped in half.
And as far as following after them, Nori's currently on deck as Racha is zombieing his way up the mast. And just...
Oh, I thought they went downstairs.
No, there's no reason for them to go down, just up. At first, everyone's a little bit worried as Racha makes his way onto the top of the deck, but then Nori is behind him, cleaning up, just being like, stop, you're getting stuff everywhere. And then he starts going up the mast, and it's just this constant rain of blood.
As I get up, I don't want to
waits for him to get to the top before she starts cleaning. Yeah. She's like, I'm not getting blood rained on me again.
I stop just before we get to the top because I don't want to get any of my own stuff messy.
Of course.
And I'll do like the fluffing thing of like getting all of the stuff
so
out.
So then
of
it just becomes this.
Yep, exactly.
The Dragonborn have become accustomed to this Kenku and have already vacated the mast area prior to him getting all the way to the top. But Nori, you're clipped in, so you can't unclip fast enough, so you're just like, son of a bitch. And then just quick shower.
Racha?
Damn
it.
You look over the edge, and it just looks like the entire midsection of the deck of the ship had a red paint strike across it. And Nori was unfortunate to be underneath the paintbrush when it happened. Nori, you kind of like step to the side, and there's like a nice little Nori-sized circle of clean space right there.
Okay, what I did, I lessen the stuff that Bella has to do. Nori will like clean up what she can, and then she'll go back down and politely ask Bella, just please, Racha.
I can. And she goes up. As soon as she hits the top of the deck, what the fuck?
Yeah. I tried. It didn't work. He decided fluff.
Wow, you look horrible.
Patrick of the Red Feather.
Yeah, thanks.
And that's when Nori runs into Polly.
You look horrible.
Thanks, Polly. You really know how to talk to a girl.
Well, I wasn't figuring you as a girl at this moment, but sure.
Sorry, I'm just a little pissed. Did Bella
Yeah.
at least clean off? Did she clean off me at all, or did she just leave?
She got to the top of the deck and went, "What the fuck?" And then you bounced from her, if anything. And so
I would have waited, just please get the blood off me. I don't want it on me. I already had enough on me yesterday or the few days ago.
okay, it's gonna take a minute,
Okay.
literally, as she's can only do a foot square at a time.
All right, I'll be downstairs, I guess.
Well, hey, before you go downstairs, just want to let you know that Brennan and I are gonna try something with the lantern. And
Okay.
I'm gonna invite Amric as well. But I need to. You know what? Hang on a second. And right where I'm standing, I'm gonna cast Sending to Racha. Hey, Racha. We're gonna use the lantern downstairs. Could you give us a few minutes? We're gonna try to see some stuff, and I don't want to get my guts ripped.
Roger Dodger. Sounds like a good plan.
All right, Nori, let's go. I kind of want you to see this too.
All right.
So I will go back downstairs to Bryn. Yeah, I just sent to him. Is Amric still pretending that if he doesn't move, Capern can't see him?
There's nothing pretend about this, sir.
Just canon.
You were in the other room.
Nope,
pretend
he was
to
in the
us.
hallway this entire time.
It's pretend to us. It's canon to Capern. I can see you.
Like a good frat party, he has duct taped himself to the ceiling of this hallway, and you guys have not noticed him the entire time. I'm just kidding.
Just
I
because you weren't
haven't
here
noticed
last
him.
session,
I'm baffled.
yeah, just because you weren't here last session, we've had this conversation. But I will knock on the door and.
Yes.
Is Emric in there with you? Because we need to talk.
I haven't seen him. I thought he was with you guys.
Can I come in for a second?
Sure.
Okay.
Horn's over at the table in the corner, just working on some stuff.
I'll walk in and walk up to Emric.
He's laying underneath the bed.
Dude,
All you can see is a foot.
I'll kick it. We're gonna try something. Do you want to see those things that I was talking about last time or not?
What are you talking about?
At some point after Capone looks away, Amric will inch his way out of the bed, and then I don't know, he'll do something loud to just kind of suddenly just appear behind Capone, and then he'll say, "Yeah, I'd be interested. Sure, let's go."
All right, my room. Caporn, if you want in on this,
Sure. Where did
Just
he
stay
come
quiet.
from?
Amric rotates himself underneath the bed when Kaporn's not looking and pushes himself off from the wall and just slides underneath the table that Kaporn's sitting at and just goes, "Sure!" And Kaporn's like, "Oh, so fucking..."
Where the hell you come from? Sure. I don't know what we're doing, but okay.
So everyone, minus Rachaw, piles into the other room.
okay, so here's the deal. Bryn's got something attached to her, and apparently there's something eating you, literally.
I'm
Amric,
sorry,
so-
what?
Oh, I didn't tell you about that either.
There's ghosts.
Yeah, weird spirit things eating Amric.
Snack that smiles back.
So
I've been slapping.
just in case, just I'm letting everybody know what I saw last time, so that when I light this thing up, it's not a surprise. Surprise. And I will light my lantern up, my lantern of true seeing. And I will shine it on Bryn first.
All right. You shine it on Bryn. Bryn, the lantern's up against your face.
Not that
I-
close.
Yeah, but still. Like, if you're not trying to shine on anyone else, then you're, like, hooding it directly towards her, so it feels like it's directly at her face. She's just standing there.
There's nothing special about it.
Nope.
Try doing a lap.
Don't
Fashion
move
show.
around.
Fashion, baby.
Not you, Kaporin.
You sort of wiggle side to side. That gets spaghetti moving as well. But yeah, you shift side to side. Nothing shows up.
Maybe it was special. I don't know. Then I'll swivel it towards Amrit.
Swivel it towards Amric. Nothing.
You said me and Bella did drugs last session, right?
Yep. Well, fermented good berries, but it had a little something inside, yeah.
Polly, did you join me and Bella?
No.
Are you sure?
When did you do that? What day was that? Were we in the port town still?
Yeah. Yeah, it was the day before we left.
So the lantern revealing only shows things that are invisible. True Seeing sees a bunch of other things. And now that this lantern isn't showing up on multiple people, even splashing it across Kapoor and you don't see anything, you're realizing that your True Seeing was seeing other things than just invisible stuff.
Crap.
Or else Bryn would have been picking up on this the entire time with her blind sight.
Fuck. Okay. Well, ethereal things and like invisible things are two different things.
Yeah, they're two different things.
Fuck. Okay. Well, I don't know why it worked at home and it didn't work here, but shit.
Oh, if you're talking about the demon thing's invisible.
No, we were sitting in my sister's bedroom and we saw things from the ethereal plane with this stupid lantern.
Yes and no.
Wow, thanks.
It was invisible things that were pretending to be from the ethereal plane.
Wow.
That's not creepy at all.
Not at all.
Not at all.
Okay, well, so they're... I guess they're not invisible, they're just not from here.
I mean, were you trying to detect if anything was there? I have a
Well, I
friend
know
that
it's
could help.
there. It's just not there. You know what? This is dumb. And I'll hood the lantern. Bryn, come here for a second. But I will...
Okay.
I will dab oil on your eyelids and cast True Sight on Bryn.
Alright.
She has no clue what the fuck you're doing.
Like, come here. And he just shoves his thumbs over your eyes and puts oil on them.
You
Sure.
judge me.
Me? I'm not just gonna like poke her eyes out.
Yeah, I'm not saying you're jabbing her eyes out, but you know,
You're basically like making the sign of the cross on her eyelids.
to a degree, yeah.
Well, it's hard to make signs of mugs, okay?
You feel the warmth of magic flow into you, and as you open up your eyes, True Seeing is cast upon you. And you can see the simple thing is the tail, the red spade tail whipping behind Kaporin, seemingly attached to him. And then over to Amric, these somewhere between 8 to a dozen, seems like ghost-like shades that are constantly ripping at portions of his body, taking chunks of flesh out. And by the time that they devour it and go back, the chunk has reformed itself. From the face, from the chest, from the stomach, from the legs. If it wasn't ripping chunks of his body off and eating it, it would look like some cool smoke effect. But it's not.
What the fuck
I'm
did
not,
you do
like-
to me, Polly?
Bullshitting, right? You can
You
see
turn
it,
and you look
right?
at Polly. Across Polly's back is this decently ornate looking like cape that sort of runs down either side of him. The collar being like this fluffy white fabric with black dots poked throughout it. And the cape goes down to about halfway, and then it's just torn and ripped to shreds with little burnt edges to it. You see, around his waist, hanging off of his belt, are 5 chains that are going... They're not hanging down to the ground, but they are lifted. Not tightly, but you can tell that they're connected to something up. But they disappear only about a foot away from him.
What the fuck did you do to me, Polly?
It's true seeing. It's weird, huh?
And
What
you
do you
look
see?
at
It lets you
Nori.
see like beyond and ethereal and things like that.
And you look at Nori. For the most part, she would seem normal. Nothing really standing out. But you being very close with her. Something seems off. Go ahead and make a perception check.
We've all got our demons, guys.
Some more literal than others.
Yes, we know you're still here. And we love you.
It's
Y'all are
not
okay
going
with-
through. It was a 17 though.
Oh, shucks.
Y'all are okay to look at Capernaum's demon, but mine's not allowed.
But
Compares
his
his own
isn't gonna
demon.
rip us in half.
I mean, mine could, but
So you're looking at Nori for a moment because it's like, Okaporn has a tail. That checks. Amric has all this shit. Oh my god, what the fuck is this, Polly? Polly, what do you got? And then you're just like, oh god, and you like slowly turn to look at Nori, and Nori's like, what's up? And Bryn's like, oh, wait a minute. And you just like kind of get closer to Nori, kind of zoom in a little bit to her. She starts to lean back a little. And something's off. You're not sure what it is, but the texture of her skin seems to be different. And you realize that looking at her, she, like, for elves, it's really hard to notice, like, an age change. But her skin looks older than she normally does. Like, a good 30-year difference. But for elves, that's nothing. So in human terms, like 2-3 year change. If that. Just slight little bits, like deeper frown lines and whatnot. But the main thing that pokes out to you is that as you're starting to zoom in closer and she starts to lean back a little bit of you just getting, like, she loves you and comfortable close is one thing, but comfortable, like, analyzing close is a completely different situation. And so she's like, what do you look? And she just leans back. And as she does so, you actually, the armor and everything that she's wearing kind of like pulls down a little bit, and not cleavage, but in the center of her chest. To everyone else, it kind of looks like Bryn's looking down her shirt, but for Bryn, you look down and you see just the top portion just poking out from the top of the armor, what looks to be a cavity. Like, you see shadow, you see an indent into her chest. But you're only getting, like, the top inch of this, so you can't see any detail to it.
none of this is concerning at all.
No.
Brid just goes, take off your shirt.
Everyone leave, take off your shirt.
Now?
Wow, look at her. What
Really?
got her in the mood?
True seeing, really?
Sure thing really does it for you, huh?
Oh, she's ready to punch Kaporn. All of these like little comments, I'm like, they're just gonna add up, and she's gonna deck him soon.
Hey, that was a
Right off
meta
the side of the
comment.
ship.
That was not a
I
Kaporn
know.
comment.
Half of them though, I'm like, is that a Kaporn comment or is that not a Kaporn comment? Because
That's
it could very well be a Kaporn comment.
Kaporn does no clue what you're looking at, so he's not saying shit, but that was a Noah comment.
That's the hard point when your character's accent's your accent. Because then everyone's like, I'm gonna chalk that up to your character and put it down in my book.
Nori looks up at Brent and goes, "What's wrong?"
There's something there, not a, there's a shadow of some sort right there. I can't really see it. I don't know what's missing.
Pulled down her shirt a little bit, not showing anything, just like,
Yeah.
what the fuck?
As she kind of pulls it down, just mainly for you two to be able to see. Nora, you don't see anything. Bryn, you see that the cavity actually goes deep inside to the point that it's black, pitch black. And the cavity itself is roughly in the shape of a diamond, but not really. Just sort of in that oval. It doesn't have sharp edges to it, but it's in that sort of design. And it's almost like the parts of the inside of the cavity that you can see look like tree roots. But there is, like, you could fit both of your fists into this cavity. Seems that something was there at one point, but it's gone now. And has been for a while.
It's like my fucking soul.
Meta-wise, I feel like I know what this was.
Then shh.
Yeah, okay.
Ever since you guys... Oh no, you know, you never re-saw Ladash. So that whole one... I'm just kidding. I've lost my love for you. You're gonna marry this man.
Tore it out by the roots.
I'm just kidding.
It was the chain that was the soulmate line to Bryn.
But other than that, Nori seems fine. I
Yeah,
mean,
other than the
Just got this
massive
big ass
gaping
hole in her
in
chest.
but I mean, seeing that, you'd probably check her in other places to make sure that she, you know, it's not like a thing. And
Okay, this is getting uncomfortable.
I also feel like
you're not
Unfortunately, I
stripping her. But it looks like the knot in, you know how some trees have like a knot that has a cavity inside? That's exactly what it looks like.
also, I know that Bryn and Nori together, but you also do literally see Amric being eaten in the background.
Oh no, she knows. She is not looking over there on purpose right now.
Everyone else, she's expecting this type of shit. Polly's probably the other outlier that's like, we gotta get to that. But then she was like,
Yeah, I offered to turn undead, but you said no, because I might turn you as well. So it was just an option.
It's like there's no heart, no nothing. It's just cavity.
yeah. Like I said, it's like a knot. So it's just like a knot in a tree. It's not, the knot opening isn't going into, you know, the sensitive insides of the tree. It's just this sort of bending of bark and bending of root that create this hole, and then it ends up barking over anyway. So, like, if Brent wants to stick her face down in there and check out the cavity, that's probably going to require you guys being in by yourselves in a room. But as far as what she can see, it just looks like a natural formation of a tree knot.
Like something was there and it grew around it.
Yeah, that would work.
Nori, do you have your mirror?
The scry mirror, yes.
Yeah. Can you hold it up to Bryn so she can see?
And Nori will hold it up, just like a little confused, like. But before she holds up the mirror, she's like, "What do you see?"
Just staring dead long into her chest. I know we said the ass thing was.
Yeah, you're making us uncomfortable as well. Honestly, staring at her chest like that.
You're missing something, or something went away. It looks like. Horn's got a tail. That tracks.
What am
Yeah,
I
that tracks.
missing?
Polly, you're right. Amric, Amric is. Don't have him cast this on you and make you look in a mirror.
No.
It's a little disturbing. Polly, do you know what's going on with you?
No, but I don't want to know.
So I get to know. Okay.
I mean, if you want to tell me later in private, I'd appreciate that. But if not right now.
Sure, I can do that.
I cast it on you so you can see what I was talking about with Amric, and so you can see what I was talking about with you.
Yeah, he's not lying, y'all.
It's pretty bad.
I mean, if I have a tail, I don't feel like that's horrible.
Yeah, nobody cares about that.
What am I missing exactly?
You gotta, and she'll like try to size it with her hands. It's a cavity, like on a tree. It looks like something used to be there.
Is it from when I got my arm removed? I don't. What?
Why would it be in the middle of your chest?
I don't know. The only thing that would have been in the middle of chest was a fucking blood mark from what's his bucket.
How low did the necklace from Tiva hang? Because it wasn't always a choker, was it?
How low did it hang?
You had a hard time keeping it tucked into armor and such. So it wasn't like a long droopy necklace, but it was a decently high up on the collarbone.
So it's not a Trenty thing.
That's why when it slowly made its way to a choker, it wasn't as noticeable. Because I was moving it like a couple centimeters a day.
I'm wondering, this is out of character, I'm wondering if it had something to do with the disease you said that was cured while we were at the temple.
You were diseased?
Apparently there was a disease I had and me being a druid made it stop. But Nori doesn't know this.
Oh, the park arm thing?
No, before that.
That was something completely different.
You said there was just a disease that Nori had, and when I had the Heroes Feast, it went away.
I'm not giving anything away.
Guess I'm gonna make a list. Okay, why do I have a hole in my chest?
Well, you don't anymore. Or you do, but you don't. Really. This is like not here. What she's seeing is happening like on another, well, on the ethereal plane, like not here. So
I know, but isn't it slightly concerning wouldn't you be slightly concerned if someone said, "Hey, you have a hole in your chest"?
I mean, wouldn't you be more concerned if somebody said, "Hey, you've got like 10 or 12 ghosts eating the flesh off your bones"?
And we're just over there having a fucking conniption like, yes, I am.
Yeah. I mean, so here's the deal with this. It's not actually happening. It's just something that's like, okay, so the only thing that shows up in the ethereal plane are things that are long lasting or things that have like very large event things. So obviously there's a reason why we can see what's happening to Amric. Well, Bryn can right now. So what has happened to you, or what Bryn is seeing that has happened to you, or what you look like, is something that is either like happened a long time ago for a long time and it's finished and it's just kind of taking root there for a while and then it'll grow over eventually, or something that was very, very important to you that was taken away from you, but if it's not actively hurting you, then it shouldn't be our concern right now.
Nori says nothing, but is adding it to her mental concerns list. That is
Oh, yeah,
very
well,
long.
which is like 10 miles long. But, oh, the mirror?
Yeah, I'll pull out the mirror. Here?
Sure, however she can see herself.
And Nori will hold up the mirror.
Okay. Holds up the mirror. Bryn, you look into said mirror, and I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Sorry.
Never look into a scry mirror with true seeing.
It's just a silver mirror.
Don't know why I don't know why it's not connecting, but it's a 6.
You gotta reset your connection.
I don't know how to do that right now. So
Yeah, we have to uninstall and then reinstall it. It's stupid.
okay.
So, you look into the mirror. Anything that's used as a magical component, the last thing that was used on it, in it, or through it, it will hold residual effect from it. So, since this mirror has been used for nothing else besides scry, it's going to have a little bit of scry juicy juice in it. You look and don't see yourself. You see a scene. Mirror's not very large either, so you kind of have to like get close to it to sort of see into this and get at least some sort of detail of what this is. And you get closer and you're like, I get closer. I gotta get closer. Something is just telling you to look deeper, look harder into this mirror. To the point
With her coming closer and closer, Nori's like pulling back. Like, what?
she's
What's
got her
wrong?
hands on it now. She's getting closer. And do you want to do athletics checks against her?
Yeah, I'll try. This is weird and fuckery.
Okay.
I don't
Competing
like
athletic
this.
checks, Bryn, you have advantage. I mean, she's not saying it out loud. She's just like squinting and looking deeper into the mirror.
It's a 13. You probably rolled like a nat 20, didn't you?
I got a 24.
Over.
So you start to
One
like
more.
pull away, and she just like starts lifting you off the ground. You're just like, strong enough to hold on, but she just. What is that? And the problem with it is that the scene that you're looking at seems to also be pushing away as much as you're pushing closer. And you get to the point where you're just about to touch the glass with your nose. Then all of a sudden the scene itself, think of it like a porthole, and it's getting smaller and smaller and smaller, and that's what's pulling you in. And then the outsides of that scene, but still within the mirror, is just becoming black. And you get closer and closer. You're trying to see what this scene is because it feels important. Then all of a sudden,
Bryn?
these two hands come out and grab the back of your head and yank you in. Bryn steps back. Ooh, lets go of the mirror. She stumbles and she blinks. Ah.
Bryn?
What's going on? A
Bryn?
voice cuts out from Bryn. That's not Bryn's.
Okay, who are you? Who are you?
Oh shit.
You're not-
And they just run directly at Nori. And grab the mirror. And like headbutt the shit out of this mirror. And at first you're like, no, no, no. And you think that they're just gonna either shatter their head or shatter the mirror. But they go,
What's going on?
I need everyone to leave for a moment.
Well, I guess I gotta go to work, guys. Have a good one.
Good
What the
Richa.
fuck?
Hey, Rashaw.
Okay, bye.
You can watch on stream, but this one's just going to be me and Bryn for a bit. Bryn.
I don't know what's worse. Being the one that had to leave, like as a one person in the whole group stayed, or this. Oh no.
All right. Bye. So you had that feeling, and then this moment of sheer panic as whatever was drawing you in sort of releases you for a moment, and then you see these black arms are already at the sides of your head, and you feel the cold presence grab the back of your head and the back of your neck and just pull you in. And you're just like, oh, and you just like getting clocked in the back of the head, you lose all standing momentum and you just topple forward into this black abyss. And you're just falling and falling. That scene that was pulling further and further away is now rapidly coming up to you as you're falling into it. Just and to the point where you stop spinning and now you're just sort of free falling, arms out. And the wind just cutting past you, blocking off all other sense of being able to hear anything except for this. As you're going past further and further down. Now the scene is still trying to move away from you, but you're catching up at decent speed. So it's increasing and increasing until boom, you smack, toppling into a chair, destroying it and splintering it, sending the chunks of the wood just off into the side of this wall. And you lie crumpled on the floor, not taking any damage, but feeling hurt. And you're just like, oh, son of a bitch. As you start to push yourself up off the floor and look around at a place that's weirdly familiar, but not entirely. It's something about this place. You're not sure what it is. It's a small cabin of some sort. Only 2 rooms in this entire place, and even that, it's technically one large room, but you can see sort of the dividing line between the living and sitting room with the fireplace and the kitchen dining room. But it's all just one large room and a small bed of a cot off into the corner of the living room. There's windows and a door, but the windows are completely blacked over. Can't see anything. No one else is here. A small fire is crackling inside the fireplace. You just look at the carnage of the chair that you just destroyed and all of its pieces everywhere. Like, oh, someone's gonna be pissed. As there was only one chair. Luckily, the table survived the impact.
I shall get up and try to figure out why it's familiar. See if there's anything that'll...
Make a history check.
Yeah, fuck me. Alright. Let's see, I hopefully redid the Beyond 20 thing right.
Oh, we'll see. Hey, there it is. And as Bryn does...
It rolled right over the 20. It was really rude.
Well, you know. It's like, oh, we're going to be back on stream. I got to roll correctly. Hold on. In Bryn fashion, it's familiar, but you do not have the mental want or need for this right now. You're just like looking up at what would be a roof, but is just empty darkness. You're just like, well, fuck. Again, it seems familiar, but looking over the immediate surroundings and some of the immediate things upon the table, floor, and nothing is like Ooh, now I know what this is. You're just like, something about this place seems familiar.
And like this was just what she saw on the scene, or like what she was trying to get to see. It was just this room.
Yeah, so when you looked into the mirror, what you saw was someone lighting the fire. And then the scene started to pull away from you, and you saw the fire erupt more. But it was so far away from you at that point, you couldn't make details on who the person may have been. Not getting any detail of height, size, shape, or anything. And so that was what was pulling you in, and then this happened. And there seems to be no person here.
Knowing that, she'll go check the fire, see whatever's over there, see if there's anything she can fucking figure out, but...
Coming over here, go ahead and make an investigation check. A little bit better. The only thing that you really notice coming over here is the fire does seem to be decently just lit. A lot of the wood isn't blackened over or anything. It looks decently freshly chopped. You see the flint, as well as some extra little tufts of, not timber, but I'm forgetting, little dry
Kindling?
Yes, thank you, kindling, to get it started. But that's really about it. There's no pictures hanging up. There's no hunting trophies hanging up. There's pretty much nothing on the walls. The only thing really on the walls is the drapes that cover a few of the windows. Not all of them.
For the ones that have drapes, she'll try to like look through, see if those are blacked out, or if there's anything out there that she can
All
see.
blacked out.
Damn, alright, cool.
And with the
cool.
only source of light coming from the inside, it's that super hard reflective. Like even trying to shove your face up to it. It's almost like a super heavy tint window. You just can't. And you're getting the sense that looking up and not seeing a roof and seeing just nothing but blackness, that's probably the same on the outside.
No, sure, yeah. God, where the hell am I? Just thinking out loud. So there's the... I don't know today, man. Oh, God. Was this the thing you had planned? Oh,
No.
shit.
How am I going to know that Polly's going to whip out a mirror?
I don't know. She'd probably just start walking. I mean, she'd probably just keep walking around try to jog something in her freaking brain. You know, kind of moving what there is around, the very little things that there is around, trying to hope that moving it the right way is going to help her. But she's like, this is probably stupid.
Okay. You start to meander around this cabin, sort of touching little things and moving stuff across tables and countertops. Nothing's really ringing any bells. Nothing is setting off alarms inside your head going, now I know where I'm at. You get through the majority of the living room and start to move into the dining room. And then all of a sudden you hear a... and poof! The table didn't survive this one. Pushing themselves up from the carnage of this table. It takes you a moment before you see sort of dusting themselves off and pulling a section of the table that has embedded themselves into their upper shoulder, but as they yank it out, no blood or anything, it just seems to form the hole back up. Throws it on the floor. Look up and you see into the face of Floki. He goes, you need to get out of here.
How?
You do not belong here. Just focus on going back to your body now.
She will do that.
Make
Focusing
a wisdom
on that.
check.
Oh, joy. Because the first one went so well.
Not a save. This is just a wisdom check. you start to focus, and sort of using your understanding of turning into a cloud when Nori casts Wind Walk on you. You're like, okay, just think about being in my body. Think about being in my body. Think about being... And Floki's like, come on. Try harder. You hear rattling of the door handle. He's like, you need to go now. Give me another wisdom check. You super squint and super squeeze and really try to focus on getting back into your body. You're like, I want to be in my body, please. He's like, oh my god, take all the training that I've taught you and please focus on this one thing. Oh my gods, please.
Can I know what I'm trying to get? Just for
Nope.
curiosity. No, okay.
Because it's shifting every time you take a check.
Wonderful.
Go ahead and give me another wisdom check. The door handle clinks open and you start to hear a and that distracts you from focusing. And you open up your eyes and Floki's just right in front of you and says, go! And pushes you. And he pushes you so hard you fly across a good 6 feet of room that you still had up again until you hit the last wall. But he's pushing you into the glass, and the glass shatters. But in that time that you're moving and flying through the air, you see a figure moving into the room. A figure from a dream you had. It's the Ice Queen. Not in her slender lich form, but her massive barbarian form is stepping through the doorway. 2 direwolves hang dead over her shoulder, and a large, malicious-looking axe is at her side. And she looks at Floki, sees you getting pushed across the way, and before you hit the glass, throws her axe in your direction. And you just see this thing. You hit the glass. And as you do so, the same version of the scene moving away from you happens. Not just from your visual perspective of going through the window, but also like the mirror moving away. But this axe is still moving through the air towards you. The scene starts to move faster away from you, but the axe is not. You're flying backwards, still not landed, still moving at an incredible speed, but this axe is slowly gaining. Everyone else can come back into Zoom. There's going to be a bit of a delay as they catch it on the stream and come back in.
Rude.
Oh crap.
Duck and cover!
All in all, Bryn, you spent about 6-7 minutes in that scene.
Only bless.
I'll never cast a spell on you again, I promise. Oh crap.
Did we all come at the exact same time?
Almost.
No, you two are late, but it was funny because Polly jumped in, yelled, oh crap, and then someone else, I think it was Kaporin, joined in. It still had the stream rolling in the background, and all we heard was, oh crap, again. So, for the rest of you, after this person inhabited inhabited Bryn's body and jumped back into the mirror, it's only a couple seconds pass before all of a sudden the mirror in your hand starts to vibrate violently, Nori. And you can either hold on to it or let it go. Your choice.
3, 2.
I'm holding on to it.
Okay. Nori kind of just goes, and like
Do we see it?
gets behind it as it's like vibe, like I'm talking like, you know,
Kaporn jumps behind the
8.5,
bed.
9.0 earthquake type of violent shaking. And all of a sudden, Bryn comes rocketing out backwards from the mirror itself. I was gonna say, Polly, go ahead and make a dex save. Your DC is a lot lower because you're a lot shorter.
Oh god. I also have shit dex, thanks. Dex save?
Yeah.
Doesn't matter, really. 11.
Luckily, you're short, so your DC was only 10. But you duck your head at just the right time as Bryn comes flying out backwards and impacts the wall. This time, does do some damage, Bryn. I gotta roll 20 because it's too much to roll.
Jesus.
$31 points of bludgeoning damage.
Do I have time to react to that?
I mean, your reaction is you dex saving out of the way as she goes flying over and hitting the wall behind you, and then on the floor. Nori. Since you were holding it, equal and opposite reactions, but magic usually doesn't like that. Magic likes to take your laws and double it. $59 points of damage. As Bryn goes rocketing out one way, Nori goes rocketing the other way. Make a dex save for me. It's decently low because you were able to hold it during the entire thing, but this is to see if you drop the mirror. Okay, you're good.
Is Emmerich in a position to try and catch Nori as
No,
she
this is
goes?
happening at the same exact time. This is not like... This is... And Nori does, you know, like the heroes at a party who have a beer and they end up falling this immaculate fall but hold the beer the entire time. That's how Nori is with the mirror. She gets catapulted into the wall, falls head over heels onto the ground, and the entire time is just holding the mirror up. She's like, I paid too much for this.
And then Nori just like sets it down on the floor. What the fuck?
And
As she sets
finish,
it,
Val.
as she sets it down on the floor, all of a sudden, what the and then everyone starts listing hard port as placing it down on the floor has caused the axe to go directly up through the first deck hold, through the top deck, through the mast. I'm not even gonna have Racha do a deck save because he's fucking Racha. Oh no, sorry, wrong mast. Racha's on the main mast. You guys killed the front mast because that's where the two cabins that you guys are in. But with that happening, the ship has now started to go down and to the left.
Okay. Here we go.
You hear
Where is it?
chaos abound up top as people are yelling, scrambling. You guys are currently in about, we're not quite at Titanic angle yet, but we are definitely around the 45 degree. And the ship is starting to rotate as well.
Okay, so with control winds, could I potentially stabilize things?
No.
It's a 5th level spell. No?
No. Without any magic, which it seems that axe fucked this ship's magic ability up, It is now an entire ship that should not be flying, and it's currently not doing that. It is currently falling.
Bella,
We're
do I
trying
make-
to get books and chips. Send him out.
Does Bella polymorph Kaporn into a large enough creature to out of her repertoire to help the ship stabilize itself, or even help?
No, we're a ship this size. It's not quite galleon size, but it's just short of it. A ship this size, weight wise, is somewhere in the 3-ton range.
Do we control the fall? Like at least to stop it from spinning?
Well, if you guys have ideas, go up. There is chaos happening up on deck of the people trying to do whatever they can to do things.
Well, currently I'm going to channel divinity and give Nori
you guys are currently doing
38 hit points
the sort of
and
free
Bryn
fall
37.
float in the middle of the room thing because the gravity and the fall are sort of matching each other at the moment. So it's definitely that moment in time, if this was a movie, where the audio would cut out and it'd be the "Who can save?" and then everyone's just sort of floating. Definitely the Deadpool when the car is sort of flipping in the opening intro situation. And this is where everyone's just like reaching out and trying to do things. So everyone gets a round of doing something.
Because when we hit, we're gonna fucking die, aren't we?
I mean, we're
It's
about
a
to
good assumption.
a plane. Yeah.
Usually crash test dummies don't make it out.
I feel like this is a bad idea.
So it's a Kaporan idea.
I mean, if I was, because the ship's still technically moving forward, correct?
It is moving down at a diagonal.
If Kaporn was to throw up like a force box,
You would
in the
smash everyone. You would make it so that way the impact isn't terminal velocity, but you would still be crashing the entire ship. And it's whenever it comes to something this large, crashing into something, it's not so much the actual crash that does the damage, it's all the insides becoming shrapnel.
Yeah, I was thinking either.
And you have a cook in this room.
Oh god.
There are
Well,
a
my
bunch
thought-
of knives and swords and shit that are about to go everywhere.
I put all that stuff away when I'm
At
done
100
with my
miles an hour,
stuff.
that will make anything
It's
come
gonna-
out of anything.
Because with the force cage, it can be either a box or a cage.
Yeah.
Did that in place on the ship it's connected to, or within the space of the dimension? Like if I try to basically hold the ship up.
It would be wherever it is in the world, not so much attached to something, because then you could be like, oh, I attach it to the top of the ship, and then we drive away with it on top of the ship. So no, it is whenever it gets placed in the world, it stays there.
Okay, that's what I'm thinking. Okay, because my idea is to throw it into one of the middle rooms.
If you want to do whatever you want to do, this is a fraction of seconds round right now. So there is no playing it out in your head. It's you guys do stuff. Polly, you've done your
Oh,
thing.
shit.
Okay.
I mean, if you want to wait till you guys fall further, then you can sort of gameplay it out in your head. But this is what do you guys want to do right as this all happens? Because like it's literally like Bryn and Nori, poof, and then Nori's like, oh god, and gets to stand up, and all of a sudden, and like we're talking that fast, everything happened.
I
Okay.
want that X real bad.
I don't. I want nothing to do with that. It needs to stay as far away from us as possible. And you won't be able to grab it. So,
It's a family heirloom.
fuck a family heirloom. We're all gonna die.
That
We
actually
didn't know that.
It went straight up, and you guys continued on. So that thing is fucking gone.
Aw.
Good.
We know around where we saw it, so we can go back for it later.
You guys aren't out on the deck. You don't know where around where we saw it is.
We've got a locate object. We'll be fine.
No one even saw
Okay.
the object. Bryn is the only one that saw the object.
We don't even know what happened. We fully don't know what happened. I set down the mirror and there was an explosion.
Something flew out the mirror and took out the ceiling, took out the next deck, and took out.
So basically, I fucked everything up again.
How long was I gone? So it was that Floki went
Seconds.
back
We're
into the thing.
talking like less than a minute altogether. Because the time difference between you getting there and Floki getting there was a few minutes, and he was only out for 15 seconds at most.
Okay, I got a thing I'm gonna do. Because we won't. Paint me a picture of how this ship goes. So, which deck are we on, and how does it?
So there's the top of the deck, the top portion of the ship, where everyone walks on, and that's where the masts are attached. Then you got the first hold, and that's where all the crew reside. The crew and their galley and everything. The crew exist on the first hold. You guys are the second hold. And where you guys are at in the second hold is all the way towards the front, near the front mast, and you have the two larger rooms that create the front portion of the bow.
Okay.
And then you have two holds below you, with the fourth one you not knowing what's inside it and it being locked off against you. The third hold is where all the cargo goes. So the third hold is technically twice as big as any other floor.
Okay. So
which you have a lot of cargo directly underneath you. And so if you guys are in here when it crashes, that's going to be a lot of stuff flying in many different directions.
Yes, that's why I'm trying to figure out in order to get our room, we open the door. How do we get out?
You open up
down the hall and up the stairs.
Yeah, you open up the door and you have a little T top of a capital T section that connects a little hallway that you and the room next to you can go out into, and then it's a long hallway that leads to the stairs.
Okay, how far is that hallway?
Altogether, it is an 70-ish foot hallway.
Okay. So what Nori's gonna do?
And it's currently at an incline.
Yeah, what she's gonna do is she's going to summon 8 pixies. They all know the fly spell. Nori's going to summon one, each next to one of her friends, and then she will have 3. So,
Take 4.
Yeah. So it will be Bryn, Polly, Amric, Kaparin. Bryn, Polly, Amric, Kaparin. We don't have Racha, so I'll have
Nori.
4 with me. I'll have 4 with me.
Take 5 because Kaporin doesn't really need one.
Well, she's giving it to everyone. This is just her auto response of.
Bella's
we're falling,
like,
we need to fly. Bella can fly.
She can fly.
I'm just kidding.
So all the fairies are going to cast fly on all of us. I have 4. Nori will yell, "Get out!" Throw open the door and try to, not flying yet, but just...
Oh yeah, no, we're talking, you're floating in midair right now. There is no moving to the door at the moment.
Yeah, that's why I wanted everyone to have fly on
them. Yeah. So, you cast the pixies. So
how big is the hole in the ceiling?
They take their turn. About the size of an axe. Like a double-headed, decently large axe, but it's not like a gaping hole. It's, lengthwise about 7 to 8 feet long. Widthwise, maybe a foot.
Amric smash.
Amric floating. Amric no smash.
I'm just kidding.
So pixies get summoned, and they will have their turn when they cast fly.
Okay, because I essentially rolled for them.
Yeah, but this is supposed to be like a surprise round. I'm letting everyone do one thing, not a full round of stuff, like one thing.
Okay, then that is my thing.
So Polly reached out, did his thing. Nori is like, fucking pixies! And shit pixies out, and it was like, everyone get out!
How much HP did you give me, Polly?
37, and bring out 38.
Amric?
Amric, he's definitely not going to use it yet, but he's going to get his teleportation tablet ready.
He's like,
They got to get the fuck out of here.
Prepared.
Smart investor.
He's like, I'm ready to fucking do it. Okay. I thought you were gonna say, I'm ready to cast Moonbeam. I would have fucking laughed my ass off. I would have been like, yeah, that's Hamrick's fucking thing, Moonbeam.
Whoa! Signal flare.
And also, you guys are noticing at this time that it's rotating. Like, the ship is rotating around you guys as well.
That is why I wanted to do fly, so that we at least have a fly speed.
I know, but I'm just letting you know that the whole thing's rotating as well as you go. It's not just a straight dive, it's a corkscrew. Compare? Bryn?
Technically, we're falling. Do the boots kick in?
Do the boots automatically kick in whenever you fall from anything?
Let me double check. I might just be thinking about that.
I think after you activate them, if you fall.
If you're flying when the duration expires, you descend at 30 feet.
That's something completely
okay. Well, then you'll activate his boots and go for the door.
All right, you activate your boots and smack directly into the ceiling because your boots.
It's falling.
Yeah, the ship falls faster than you do, so now you're pinned up against the wall, and your boots are like trying to like kick on and kick off at the same time. They're like. But then this pixie just kind of like comes up next to you, and then Bella comes on the other side like, bitch. Brent?
She'll try to get closer to the door, because she's probably at, farthest at this, because she hit the opposite
It's actually
wall.
going to be closest to the door.
Oh.
Because you impacted that way. Because I was supposing that no one's going to stand in front of the doorway if you guys were having a conversation and doing stuff. So, the best way to have you launch out without taking anyone's head off would be in that direction. So technically Polly would have been closer, but he moved down to give Nori some healing. So you're still up against that wall right next to the door.
I don't have to touch anything. It's a radius thing.
Yeah, but she just had momentum going that way. So you would have floated down a little. So yeah, the door's like right here. Pixie fight.
In life or death situation, as we're falling from the sky, they're just over there tumbling.
They'll die instantly if they're poked. So,
is anyone close to her that she would be able to grab to try to yank towards the door?
Polly.
Yeah, she'll
Now
try
Kaporin,
to.
as he's pinned up against the wall.
She'll try to shove one of them out. Probably Kaporin would be easier to try to shove out.
But like I have said in the past, that these doors push out. They don't come into the room. Because remember all the stuff that was behind the door every time you guys tried opening it.
I guess she'd go to get the door open first.
It'd take your entire thing to get the door open. Because
yeah, we're getting the door open.
It's the opposite, so it's definitely a momentum problem. But you're strong enough to lift yourself in and push it and open it up. Breaking it, because it's just going to keep closing on you, so you just have to like get it to the hinge point and just snap it past it. But once you do, the momentum pushes that down, so you're good. All right. The pixies are out, and they go and they cast fly on everyone.
So it just gives us a fly speed.
Yes, and it's not concentration, right?
Is it? I'm not sure. I don't have the spell fly. They have it.
Okay, I think it's concentration.
I can pull it up, I think.
Because, like you said, pixies have, like, no health.
Yeah, concentration. That's why I was like, okay, hold on to your pixie. That's why she summoned them close. But
everyone grab their emergency pixies.
That's essentially what she hoped would have happened.
So everyone make a dex save to grab your pixie.
Can't the pixies
Do I
grab
need
me?
to?
No, you have 4 pixies, so if you want the pixies to dex save on you, then that means that they'll have to keep doing dex saves every time you do any movement.
I have a Bella. Does that
It's still to grab Bella.
Okay.
Okay,
Sorry, Pixie.
so Nori, Emmerich, and Kaporin all grab pixies. Kaporin doesn't grab Nori's pixie, he grabs Bella. But
Bella's just like,
Emmerich has one tablet in one hand and a pixie in the other. Nori, you just sort of like open up your hand and just a pixie just flies into it, and you're like, yes. And you look up and you see that Polly's currently like doing the astronaut tumble, trying to grab his pixie. And his pixie's like trying to like float its way towards Polly, and just like, and Bryn's currently like holding the door open, and this little pixie's like smushed up against her face, like trying to hold on, and she's just like, and then the pixie just goes, phew.
Rest in peace.
Rest in pixie.
They're fine. They just get to know. They're face spirits. They just go back to where they came from.
This is totally going to end up being the fucking unicorn all over again.
With some added trauma.
You just have 8 Fey spirits that are just connected to you at all times, Nori, whenever you summon something. And they're gonna be like, oh god, what are we gonna get summoned into again this time?
I like to imagine every now and then I summon them for a very pleasant thing. It's like, hey, do you mind like looking at this tree for me? I don't really know it. And it's like, oh my god.
They just come in, just PTSD.
they're like, no!
They're just already fighting as soon as they spawn. They're just like, what the fuck's going on?
Dude, you're fine.
Did my pixie die?
Yeah, your pixie poofed.
Oh.
I have a pixie next to me. You can take her.
Your pixie's gone. If you didn't grab your pixie, your pixie's gone. But I'll say the extra 3 that are with you, Nori, are still available. Because you were closer to the middle of the room, so they don't immediately become a bug on the windshield. So
Okay,
you can
yeah.
have them go in the direction of the 2 people who missed. But it's gonna be another dex
Yeah.
save between them 2 as they try to, over the fence, catch the home run ball of a pixie.
Yeah, I'll let them do that. I'll try to. Can I try to get over as well, or am I just like floating?
This is basically the pixie's turn, and everyone doing reactions to try and do this. So this is more of like, you mentally told them that if no one can grab a pixie, go to them, and so that's what's happening.
Yeah, I'll
They're-
take the 2 and throw them over, and the ones that do have something on them are going to cast fly.
Okay, on the whoever got caught. Gotcha. All right, Bryn and Polly, give me another dex save.
I believe in you too.
Hey, Bryn catches her pixie. Polly does not. As pixies, like skydivers balling up into a ball to go faster. The pixies are like trying to like float themselves at the same speed, and then just sort of like pinch their wings back and just towards both of them. Polly's just like in the middle of still spinning around, and just zooms past him.
Backhands one on accident, and kills it.
Starbucks discount accidentally comes around the corner and just.
It takes its toll.
And Bryn, like, just finishing opening the door, sees another pixie flying over her shoulder and sort of just, like, turns and lets the momentum take her, and so she ends up catching it against her chest and then hitting the wall in the hallway. You got 1 pixie left.
Wait,
Besides
Bryn
her.
missed?
No, Bryn caught. Polly missed.
Oh, Polly missed.
So I'd say
okay.
you have 1 pixie left you can send. But there is also a Racha out there. But if you would have told the other pixies that if someone misses, go to them.
Yeah, she definitely would have.
Alright, so Polly, you get 1 more dex save.
You're literally asking me to do the impossible.
Hey, everyone else has +1s or +0s.
As Polly's still rotating in the air, Starbucks discount taking out a pixie, he kind of hears the echo of the pixie puff on the metal of Starbucks discount and kind of like looks over his shoulder and goes, huh? And as he does so, like rotates a little bit and reaches out to grab the last pixie, but ends up just knuckling it directly in the face. And just another. You just hear, fuck!
Okay, so everyone who has one now has fly cast on them.
Yep, everyone but Polly.
Not much I can do about that. All I can hope is that Amric or Bryn fucking grab him.
Let me see.
Music is too calm and happy for what the fuck is happening.
I mean, I can just get the sound of an airplane going down and constantly have that playing in the background. All right. So now the entire room is upside down in comparison to what you guys originally knew it as. The angle of decline is getting a bit steeper. It's now not a 45-degree angle, but somewhere close to 60. And as it does so, the corkscrewing is also going to start to pick up faster. Bryn does have the door open and is currently up against the wall in that top T portion of the hallway. But now that the ship is going faster down, then sort of creating, that equilibrium, Polly actually starts floating towards the door. Because the ship's going down faster, so the momentum is going that way.
Is this our turn to start doing stuff?
Yep, now you guys will have a little bit more of a situation that you can start to coordinate and yell at each other and do stuff.
Alright. Well, the last thing anyone yelled was Nora yelling, get out. So, unless someone stops him, Emery's gonna start flying out the door and he's probably gonna shove the tablet back in his pocket so he has a hand and grab Holly and fly him out as well as he can anyway.
Okay. Kaporn, you do not have fly cast on you yet. Bella was going to cast either polymorph or fly on Polly and just let you use your shoes. But now that Polly gets dragged out, she will cast fly on you.
Oh, okay. So do I lose a turn then, basically?
No, that's her turn.
Okay. Kaporn's worried about the kid. I don't know if the kid still. Well,
Never mind an entire
don't
ship
know.
full of crew or anything, but the kid.
he saw the
We
kid.
also don't know where the kid is staying.
Only Nora
I mean,
does.
Oh, in earnest.
No,
Oh,
he
he
just went below deck, didn't he?
You went to the quarter deck where the captain's quarters are.
Oh, then he's not worried about the kid.
We also don't know that they're a kid. We just know they're a small humanoid.
Yeah, it's
they
like a
could literally
300-year-old
be-
halfling or something. Like,
Yeah, they could
Yeah.
just be like Nori.
Then
So
Kaporn's gonna.
the ship is corkscrewing. So even movement that would normally be easy to do is difficult. So Amric, especially with a poly slowing you down, I need you to make, we'll just call it acrobatics.
Yeah.
Because this is like that weird room in a fun house that is rotating and you have to try and maneuver your way through it.
16.
Okay, good enough.
I will also, in the sake of hurrying the fuck up, dash, action surge, dash.
Okay. It's not as fast as you think it is because the ship's going down. So you technically don't have to move and let the ship sort of just go down and maneuver your way through. So if anything, you guys are flying backwards, trying to even out the speed of the ship going down and being accurate in what you're doing. Because the problem now, especially for you, Amric, as you do get towards the stairs, is the stairs are doing fucking this. And so the hole...
It's a blender.
Yeah, it's corkscrewing. The hole that the stairs go up into, which is only a 5-foot square, is now above you, below you, to the side, above, below, side. Like, it's fucking rotating around you like a son of a bitch.
Can I see out the other side?
For the brief second that you can, like if you try and do that, you're gonna get sick real quick. We're gonna have to do when you get to the stairs. If you're gonna try and make it through the hold, it's gonna be an intelligence check because you are trying to time this son of a bitch.
Do I need to do the action surge dash thing to get to the stairs?
No.
Okay. So, hypothetically, before we move on, I'm not going to do it this turn. But I would have to leave Polly behind, but I do have Misty Step.
He just Misty steps out of existence.
Misty stepped himself right out of the Zoom call. He's like, I do have Misty Step, so bye, Polly. And Polly, there is no Amric anymore.
I don't feel so good.
We wait for him to come back instead of assuming
Somebody else go.
Misty stepped away.
That was perfect timing. I love it.
Sorry. I popped the teleportation tablet and I got the fuck out.
You just Misty stepped out of the Zoom call, don't worry.
Yeah, my laptop decided to update, so.
Wait, so he left Polly behind and Misty stepped out?
No, it was just a hypothetical. I was
Okay.
asking about if it would even be possible with the timing window, and then I disappeared.
Question then: if Kaporn was to forest step or something, would Bella come with him?
Far step, I believe you need to either know or have seen the location.
Yeah, far step is you have to see it to an unoccupied space you can see.
Yeah, so it literally just be where you can see. So there is no like popping up to the top of the deck or anything like that.
No, yeah, definitely. Like, more just like once he gets to the stairway, instead of dealing with the stairway, he just pops out.
Still be an intelligence check because
Okay.
there's 2 staircases. You guys are 2 floors down.
All right.
But yours is more of just seeing through it to fast enough to finish your spell, whereas someone who's trying to go through it, the DC is going to be a little bit higher because you're trying to completely time it. So DC 13 intelligence check for you, Kaporin.
Okay. Wow.
That's truly so sad.
Just one off.
That just means that you have to take another turn sitting there trying to focus on it.
Mm-hmm. If not, I'm just gonna blast a hole in it.
That should go over so well.
We already blew up the ship. What are they gonna do?
The rest of the group?
Mary wants to make sure everyone else gets out first.
You think Bryn's letting her going? She's gonna go before you. You're cute.
If anyone has a chance of surviving this fucking fall, it's Nori.
So, the girls' game of chicken commences.
Oh no. She would, because it's Kaporn is left in the room.
No, Kaporin just...
Oh no, he went out.
Yeah.
So
It's just Nori.
it's literally just us. So Bryn's gonna shove her out and then follow her.
Well, you're in the hallway, looking through the
Okay.
doorway into the room, and Nori, you're the only one in the room.
Gotcha.
Okay,
so
so
then
if I'm
I'll
the only
try
one,
to reach
I'll-
out and help if I can.
Okay.
Just another spell question. Banishment. Does that just they reappear in the space that they were last seen in?
The
just
exact
like
same
your
space
other,
you left him in.
yeah, just like your forest cage idea, the exact space in the world that
Got
they
it.
disappeared from.
No, it's like someone just can't
Hilarious,
get.
but
If someone just can't get out, I'm just gonna banish them for a quick minute and then let them go.
Yeah, good technical work.
I mean, the
And then let
issue
them
with that
reappear
then
a few
is
seconds
we
later
would,
and fall.
they would lose concentration on fly, and then we just fall to our depth. So you know.
I'm trying, you guys. I'm trying.
Well, no, they would get banished. Their pixie would stay behind. Then their pixie would die. Then the fly spell gets lost.
Yeah.
And so they come back and hundreds of feet or thousands of feet behind wherever they come back, and the ship has careened further away.
Do I have a bonus action on my turn?
Yeah.
I think I have a scroll of slow falling now that I think about it.
Featherfall?
Featherfall. Yeah, I have a scroll of Featherfall. I can just wait for them to pop back in.
They need to be within a 60-foot radius.
Bryn's fine. After Polly helped, she's fine.
Oh, you're fully healed?
Yeah.
Okay, then that would go to me instead.
Yeah, she basically, Bran, you're up against the wall, looking through the doorway at Nori. Nori kind of just barely touches the gas of her fly, and then like oh shit, and kind of impacts you, and she's about to push healing word through into you, and goes, oh wait, no, you're fine. Okay, that goes to me, and then rolls off of you, and you kind of push her down the hallway.
And then if I'm able to, I'll follow her back up, but I don't know if that'd be another turn.
There he goes again. Another misty step. He's gonna run out of those. And he's back. I would say right now you guys are both at the mouth of the hallway. You see Polly sort of just sitting there next to Kaporin.
Good question.
Yeah.
So it's a ship, right? So there's rails even under it, below
you guys are in a
right?
hallway, so there's no rails needed here. The only
There's
thing
no rails on the stairwell or anything like that?
No, not on the stairwell, but you do have two cross beams that are at the base of the steps. So you have two large beams that come down from the ceiling to the floor at the base of the steps.
Yeah, that won't help me then. If I hold on to one of those cross beams and center my gravity on the stairs, because the ship's spinning, would it push me onto the stairs so that I could basically walk up them if I don't throw up on the way?
It's not quite fast enough yet to do a centrifugal force thing like you're saying, but it would help a lot.
I'm gonna do that and then try to make my way up both sets of stairs if I can.
Okay. I'd say that the first set of stairs is easy enough, but the stairs above that to go up to the top deck are down the hall.
Fuck.
Yeah, they're not. It's not like a stairs on top of stairs situation. It's
I thought that was the case.
They need to refigure the ship.
It's stairs that there's a little bit of just for the first one. The first one, the stairs go down into the middle of everything, so that way the two masts can run all the way through the ship. And then second, third, and fourth stairs are all on top of each other. It's just that first set of stairs. You kind of go out into the main hold area.
Seeing Polly go up, Amric will follow if possible, and he'll definitely steal Polly's idea, and anything that gravity or centripetal force is not enough to do, he'll try and use fly to kind of make up for.
All right. So if you want to do what Polly's doing, you're gonna have to wait till Polly's done. So that means basically wasting a turn just sitting and watching.
If I were to not do what he's doing, could I try and go past him without interrupting him or getting in his way?
It would just require an intelligence check.
Okay.
I mean, I could duck.
Do you know my intelligence scores? I don't think that's gonna help, but I'll try to do so.
This is more of you guys. It's starting to spin fast enough now that you need to sort of do the trigonometry in your head.
That's not too bad.
And go, how much gas do I need to give fly in the opposite direction to have it meet up with me at the same time?
Another 16.
All right, good enough. You just sort of wait, and then grab the bar and sort of just yourself. You end up clipping a little bit, the back of your calf muscle sort of clips the hole, but not enough to do damage, especially for an undead like you. But now you are openly careening in the top hold. And now you get to see the carnage that is the top hold as Polly pulls himself through and into the top hold. It is bad. Immediately, from your guys' perspective, you two can see a couple body parts are openly floating in this area. Blood is spattered and cast throughout. It seems that one of the individuals who suffered this premature amputation is being tended to using sort of the centrifugal force of going on, but there's little dividers between the different bunk areas, and they're sort of pinned up with another Dragonborn who's currently breathing their fire breath on this stump of a leg that is cut off from right around the knee. And they're just cauterizing the wound, trying to stop this spray of blood that is going everywhere. And a lot of it is sending up sizzling bits of... You're not sure if it's some sort of heat or acidity as it's interacting with certain like bedding material and such. But it is everyone who sees this immediately goes, oh, we need to send our triage expert here. And as you start to like crawl towards the steps.
How much time do I have?
That's pretty much your whole turn. Without needing to do a check, it's sort of like a slow and steady, you pulling yourself through, and then you see everything happen. And that would be the end of your turn, as Amric has also like shoved his way through, sort of tumbled a little bit, and then catching himself on the ceiling of the top hold, which now is turning. The other three? It's now the three of you at the base of the steps.
Trying to get out, I guess.
Intelligence
to make
checks.
sure. Oh, gods.
For everyone just trying to sort of do what Amric did, it's intelligence checks to get through. Nori kind of does a barrel roll. She's learned that one. She does a barrel roll through, and as she barrel rolls through and looks down, she sees Bryn sort of try and follow behind her, but did that little hesitation moment. And as she gets through the hole, and Kaporin is like floating next to her as you guys both get through at the same time, you realize Bryn's a half a second behind. And that's just enough for the floor to go. And she was there, and then all of a sudden, wood. And she impacts the ceiling of the hold below. So, all four of you are in the first hold. She's still stuck in the second hold.
Is she right below us?
Well, below is relative right now, because she hit the wall, and the wall is rotating, so you guys are sort of floating in midair at the moment, while she's just rotated completely around you. So now, right this second, she's above you.
Okay, Nori doesn't leave until Bryn gets out, so...
Okay. So this is the next round-esque situation going on. Bryn, no intelligence check needed this time, as you did impact the ceiling. So you can sort of slide and grab yourself to the hole opening. And
I don't even need to deal with the stairs.
And sort of pull and pin yourself through. That's just the way to have done it faster. And so you see Bryn's hands sort of reach over the edge as she starts to pull herself up and through the hole. You guys are now at a 70-degree angle going down, and the corkscrewing is getting faster. Still not centrifugal force corkscrewing yet, but definitely makes movement against whatever surface you're on easier because it pins you to it.
Is the exit above us or below us?
Where everyone came out, it's technically below you.
That is not good. Okay.
So it
is there any way that I can push off from where I am and try to like spaceman float to...
You guys are too heavy of a dive. If you burn your action to dash, it's possible.
I mean, I just got to get out of this ship
Yeah.
so I can see where we're going. I have to see where we're going. That's the problem.
So the only thing in between us and the getting out is the deck.
So right now, you guys have come up the second floor stairs. Okay, so you're in the top hold, and you guys are closer to the back of the ship right now. The stairs to go on top of the deck is towards the middle of the ship. So the main things that are in your way to getting to those stairs is the center mast that cuts through, and then the stairs are facing away from you. Those are the only things that are physically detrimental to just a straight shot to the stairs. Everything else is sort of an open floor plan on this top deck because it's meant to be a lounge and living area. So all the stuff is pushed off to the sides of the ship.
Yes, I would like to dash and try to get there.
Okay. You throw yourself off and push the juice button on your fly spell as max as it can go.
If I had one, it'd be great.
And you see Polly just focus and try and push, and you just see the frustration, and he just sort of like, but he does get through. Gets to the base of the stairs that lead to the deck. So there's two bars that lead the stairs going up like this, and there's two beams that come from the back of it, and you're currently held onto one of those back beams. So you still need to like work around to the steps, but you're at least there.
Next turn, hopefully.
So everyone seeing that Polly has done it, you can follow along in that situation, except for Bryn, because this turn is you pulling yourself up and over. But she's at least...
Yes,
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Just...
But regardless, you guys can all move, and Bryn can move as well next turn.
I'm gonna move to the stairs and then...
Oh, moving to the stairs would be your action as well as your movement. So it'd only be bonus action stuff you could do right now.
Bonus action, far step, out the hold?
You still can't see out, because you have the stairs blocking your view.
Oh, I can only get to the
You're
back
behind
of
the stairs right now. Yeah.
Got it. Okay, then I'm still gonna cast far step as a bonus action then.
So you're gonna cast far step to get to the stairs, and then you're gonna move.
I mean, I could move action and bonus action to be in front of the steps.
You can't use your bonus action to dash. I mean, if you want to use far step to get the 10 feet to the front of the stairs, you can, but use your action and your movement to get from the other stairs to the front stairs. If you want to use your bonus action to get to the first step of the stairs, you can, but you can't see outside yet.
Okay, then I'll just hold my far step then until I get to the front of the stairs.
Okay. Amric, Nori, you guys astronauting your way towards the steps?
Yep, making sure Bryn's not too far behind me.
Okay.
Yeah, same thing. I won't use any of my shortcuts because I'd be leaving the pixie behind.
Wait, you said you're leaving the pixie behind?
No, I can't use any of my shortcuts because then I would end up leaving the pixie behind.
Gotcha. Okay. Alright. So, Bryn, you see them all sort of just focus and move themselves towards the steps. The next set of turn happens. Still chaos happening at the front end of the ship. And now, Polly, if you want to, you can kind of pull yourself along the sides of the stairs to get to the front step.
I can't get up to the top yet.
You can, but you'd have to just crawl the other way as well, with using your fly as a booster.
Still don't have fly.
Oh, you don't have fly.
Nope.
Oh,
Yep,
How
didn't
would
have
he-
fly to begin with.
How would he get across the hold
I
then?
would say that Emmerich then grabbed you and who can
Tossed
say?
me?
Yeah, he got part of the way there. Now I just did another flyby.
Yeah.
Yeah, Polly just went and started throwing himself, and then Emmerich just caught him halfway through.
That's
and
what I
took
expected to do.
him. Okay,
And just
I
catch
forgot you
myself on the
didn't
back
have
of the
fly,
stairs.
so.
So can I crawl around and then crawl up just to get on deck?
Make an athletics check.
Okay.
Because you're just straight using your strength right now. All that fish pickling and burger flipping and sausage grilling is coming in handy. He's giving him great grip strength as he just around the side and then starts climbing up the stairs. And I'll say at the end of your turn, with everything that you've used, you can just get your head above the top deck.
And how close are we to the water?
Make a perception check. Looking out and seeing the brief view of water as the ship corkscrews down, you're guessing probably 700 to 800 feet.
Perfect. That's what I needed to know.
All right. Bryn, you sort of your way towards the base of the stairs as everyone else starts to move away to get up and out. You guys all sort of make your way out and a little bit higher up on the deck. Still holding on to different portions of the deck so you don't just get, catapulted off the sides because you guys haven't clipped in anywhere yet. But you're able to see this chaos of a scene unfold. What you see now in front of you, not only the water starting to rocket towards you, but the main mast. Initially, everyone looks up for Rachel, because subconsciously worried that he's maybe not there and maybe got yeeted somewhere. But you see Rachel. He is in his crow's nest. The only time this crow's nest is completely clean of stuff, because all of that stuff got yeeted. All his nesting material and whatnot. But he's currently got his leg and arm sort of hooked into a portion of the crow's nest. And you see this line stringing out into just the open air above him. And at the end of this line, currently grappled, is the front mast. He was able to throw and get a grappling hook on the front mast before it just got absolutely tossed as the ship started to spiral.
So it's like falling behind it? Behind the ship?
At an angle, but yeah. It's more of, because everything's starting to spin so fast, it's like a top more than anything.
What are the chances we're gonna hit the water and the mast is just gonna smack into us?
We'll see. But you
Okay,
also,
how many crew members are there? I know we
also-
can't do anything.
you also see currently that there are all the crew members were clipped in up here. It's mandatory, so they're all here. All the ones that were on top of deck shift. And they are currently, 2 of them have ropes that have harpoons into the base of the mast that Racha has grappled. And they're trying to currently pull it in. The port side of the ship, you guys look across the deck and you see this blown out hole from underneath in the deck, about a foot wide, about 7 to 8 feet long. And you realize that it's directly underneath where the crossbeam goes for the side sail off the port side. And so that must have gotten clean sheared as that axe came through. And that's what sent you guys into a spiral. And then the axe continued on and knocked the mast to break. The rest of the crew they're trying to keep tension on the main mast so the main mast doesn't break from the force of spinning like this, as well as being attached to the front mast. And you see 2 Dragonborn that have harpoons and ropes to them, and they're trying to slowly pull that front mast back in. As all your gopher heads pop up from the hold underneath, you do see bloody streaks across the top of the deck directly out. It seems that someone did get injured probably immediately and got dragged down into the hold for some sort of triage from on top deck. You see the captain. He's at the wheel, and he is like... It's an interesting sight. You're seeing his scalings around his biceps and triceps splitting. And he's bleeding profusely from his arms. As he is giving everything to hold the wheel in a counter position. Because if he wasn't, you guys would be spinning even faster going down.
2 questions.
Yeah.
How many more turns till we hit the water? About.
At this speed, probably 4 or 5.
4 or 5.
Yeah. You guys
Can I
are...
pop a heal into him?
Yeah.
Okay, 89 points right there.
Okay. You pop a heal into him, and the bleeding stops, but you can still see the cracks in this. Like, that's not going away, and he's still using... I mean, it's appreciated, but he's using everything to keep that wheel from...
For sure.
From going. And that's the scene that you guys see as you get up and out here. So, Polly, you popped heal. What are the rest of you doing?
Can we clip in from where we are?
Yeah, there's multiple clip points.
It would take Bryn another round to get where they are, right?
Yeah. You're around behind. And as far as like any other crew up here, besides the 2 that are trying to pull the mast in, all the other ones are trying to keep the other masts and cross beams from breaking. So they're just giving counter pressure to the spin to not put as much stress on the actual ship itself.
Okay, I have a question because so again, control winds. I can do gust, downdraft, updraft. Is there anything that could possibly slow the spinning?
If you give an updraft, it's going to be like hitting debris on the way down. If you guys are moving too fast at too high of a spin, like it's... If you slow this thing down with magic that isn't a slow type of magic, everybody inside is also going to into stuff.
I can change the intensity of the wind.
I would say you're going to
It's
need
not
a
the
decently
intensity
high...
of the wind, though, is it? I mean, we're literally falling.
Yeah. So it's not... At this... With your knowledge of control wind, or control weather and everything, I would say that with the amount of time that you have until the ship hits the water, you can't slow the descent fast enough without causing people damage. Or possibly ship damage. Because I understand what you're trying to do, a slow gust and then speed it up to give a slow descent. There's just not enough time. I mean, you literally have 30 seconds.
I was thinking about using control water to make it like a slide so we don't impact like straight on, but at an angle.
And your
if you
angle's
can
changing.
angle the
Your angle is changing as you're falling.
I understand that, but there's really nothing we can do about that right now unless we bring back the whole mast, which we can't.
Yeah.
So better hitting at an angle than hitting straight on. And if Nori can push part of this, because it's spiraling from the front down, right?
Yeah. Yeah,
so
it's
if she
nose
can
down.
push the front,
It's nose down right now.
it's still spiraling, yes, but if it's like front, if she can push it like more at an angle than just straight down, then it's gonna slide a little bit instead of impacting straight on. So the
Yeah, right now.
angle that I need to make the water, like to, like
Yeah.
do
I
what I
know
need to
what
do, won't be so drastic.
Yeah, you would need to lift the nose up.
Yes.
Could I do that?
At this point, I understand what Polly's getting at, and theoretically it could work, but you guys, the problem is, it would probably take 2 to 3 of you casting control weather to make it, because your ship's going like this, and you can lift the nose up, but the force is still going straight down as the ship, because it has no propulsion anymore. That's the problem. So you guys you're still going forward, but that's just because of the initial propulsion. But as you guys corkscrew, you're losing all propulsion, so you're heading straight down eventually by the time you hit the water. So even if you just lift the nose up, it's not gonna be enough, because like, even if she's able to put you guys at a 45 and you make a ramp at a 45, you're still hitting it straight down. Yeah. So
it wouldn't even soften it at all.
Yeah, you'd end up doing 2 impacts at that point, because the back would hit first and then the front would slam.
Is there any way that I can then use control water to, and it's I'm looking it up right now because
No, sorry.
it is part water, because the ocean is super fucking deep right now, right?
Yeah.
So if I part the water at a certain like angle, then if
The
it
problem
hits
is-
it straight on, then it can be steep and then slide.
Yeah, the problem is you are corkscrewing, so seeing this at the exact time that you need to cast it is going to be the utmost of a bit. It's possible, but it's going to
Can
be...
Nori help me?
It's gonna be hell. It's less about anyone assisting you, and it's more of like you just straight up timing it very well. But Kaporin and Amric, give me intelligence checks,
Okay.
because Brain,
That
you're
wing
just
on.
pulling yourself up. Because I know the magic people are just gonna immediately think magic solutions.
That's all I've got.
I know, but that's why. Kaporin is magic, but he doesn't think in a magic solution type of way half the time.
I mean, Kaporin's really thinking right now is like, can he help them pull the mask? Is it intuitive that if the mask gets reattached or gets back on the ship, that we may be able to fix the magic and re-establish propulsion?
Did you roll, Amric?
Yeah, did not go through. It was a 5.
All right. Well, luckily Kaporin brought it up. If the entire crew seems to be hell-bent on just bringing the mast back in, then it's probably a good understanding that that is their... And they're not just immediately unclipping and being like, fuck this, you know. Then it's probably a good understanding that that mast is probably, at least they think, in their best interest to get it back.
Yeah, Emmerich will go over and he's gonna go help them try and pull the mast.
Okay, it's going to take an acrobatics check from Emmerich.
How far is the mast from us?
Would that change if I'm clipped in while I'm doing this, right? Like I was able to do that.
If you want to clip in, you can.
Would I be able to stay with the ship if I just fly it over there? With the
It's
speed?
got enough centrifugal force that it's possible. That basically you're going down at a speed and it sort of just rotates around you.
Is it likely though?
Make an intelligence check.
No, I'm just gonna clip it.
Okay, you clip in. So basically, now Amric looks like the mast. At the very edge of his clipped chain, and as the ship's doing this, he's like, getting pulled by the waist towards it. But because you're using the clipping system, you have to follow the clip lines to get to them. So that means you're not making it in one round.
If I dash,
It's not so much about the speed of doing it, it's the fact that you have to unclip and reclip to different locations to get to them.
How many turns will I have to take to get to them?
2.
I'm just gonna fucking fly.
Okay, make an acrobatics check.
Goodbye, guys. It's been nice knowing you.
Finally, Amric just yeets himself.
And would be different. Oh no, I'm rolling really well tonight. 17.
Okay, that's good enough. You sort of think about it. You see people like pulling their clips out and holding on and getting ready to clip in, and you just see it and sort of gauge. And you look down at your little pixie friend who's just going like this, and you just go, yeah, and sort of like it looks like he spins as he does it, but it's not. That's just you guys fucking spinning around him as he just goes over to them, basically impacting the back of the Dragonborn as you hit him, and then sort of like reaching out and grabbing the railing. So you're holding onto the railing and you're holding onto your pixie, and you need to clip in.
Well, the
I'd
pixie
say-
just needs to not die, right?
The pixie, you can just,
yeah.
if you just yeet it into the air.
Yeah, it just needs to not die. It doesn't need to be near me, so it's going. It's just going somewhere where it's not going to get hit by the ship.
You're like, I love you, don't die. As you, and the pixie's just like, who can say? Now, who wants to pick a number between 1 and 10?
7.
Does the pixie die?
So the pixie goes out. Machaw watches as it just goes past him. He's like, huh? And then he loses sight of it. And then he catches sight of it as the ship rotates once more. Unfortunately, the pixie is a little bit further out this time. And it's also a tree hugger. Unfortunately, it doesn't understand the difference between a tree and a mast. And just as you clip in, Amric, there's this... Nori, another pixie has gone the way of the rest of your pixies.
Or just like very quiet. Motherfucker.
But you're there, Amric, and you're clipped in. Next turn, you can start assisting. It doesn't help, too, because these Dragonborn are pulling in, and it's no longer just this line that's out there. It's now, like, sideways to the ship. So it's like this giant death trap wheel that's circling around the ship. So everyone gets the idea that probably don't throw your pixie. Because we're talking a blade trap that's spinning around at 3-4 times around.
Sorry, it had to be done.
Oh no, I completely understand.
What? Nori, what is the strength of an octopus? A giant octopus?
That's not
Why
going to be
do you know that
traumatizing for
now?
a ship.
Such a weird conversation to have while we're all dying.
It's got a 17. That's not bad.
If Bella polymorphs someone into a giant octopus,
You lose
So-
your fly.
well, they have 8 arms. I'm hoping that they'll grapple.
That means
And-
dex saves of an octopus.
What is the dex of an octopus, Nori?
+1. But they do have tentacles.
True. But it's still got to reach out and dex save someone if it's trying to catch them.
I guess I'll follow Amrit slowly.
So you're clipping in?
That's the only way I can do it. I can't fly.
Oh, you can yeet yourself.
No. I saw what happened to that pixie.
Good man, good man. So, Polly's like, fuck that, clip, and starts dragging himself along the clip lines further up the ship. Gaboran's like, Nori! What,
We'll control water just in case.
what is the strength of an octopus?
Stronger than you or I, but weaker than Polly and Amric and Bryn. So, slightly stronger than normal. trying to think of how we can drag that thing back down.
I'm just also trying to figure out where you said the mast is 45 feet from the ship falling behind?
No, I said it.
Oh,
No,
45-degree angle.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. How
Okay.
far is
Yeah.
it?
So you gotta imagine the only thing really cinching this mast to the ship right now is Rachaw and his grappling hook at the top of the mast that he's at, which is an 80-foot mast. So 80 feet plus 50 foot or 40 foot of rope to the grappling hook to the top of that mast. So that's 120 feet to the top of that mast. But the Dragonborn had attached harpoons which has a 500-foot rope to it, but they're currently pulling it in. But because of the force of the spiraling down, the top of the mast is still 120 feet out. The bottom of the mast is currently being rotated back towards the ship, and then once it, the end of it points towards the ship, then it will actually get pulled in.
Val, incredibly dumb question.
Important question, got it?
Yes, this is a Comporan level question. No,
That's
you gave me
nice intelligence. Excuse.
you gave me a decent idea. So, I have flycast on me, right? If I turn into a giant octopus, because I fly up, grab the mast, and help pull it down? Or should I turn into something with teeth and claws and try to yank it down?
I mean, the problem isn't so much the flying, is that the ship is falling faster than fly is allowing. So, unless someone like Rachaw, who can dash as a bonus action, then he would cancel that out. A giant octopus is what size rating?
Large.
So you're talking at least a couple 100 pounds that you are going to be attaching to this mast.
True.
The only thing, yes, you'll be able to get to the mast and possibly grab onto the ship and, do all that, but at first you're going to have to impact that mast. And that's a couple 100 extra pounds on 3 ropes. So you might either rip off the top of the crow's nest, rip the main mast off, or rip the Dragonborn and Amric off.
Okay, so I think
instead of going to
the signs point to Nori, stay away from the mast. See if you can help Polly.
One thing you can do is polymorph someone who's already there.
Okay, what could I polymorph someone there into? I mean, I could turn someone.
Well, you could polymorph Amric, who's currently there and ready to assist, into a giant octopus.
Could I turn him into something better than a giant octopus?
You could certainly try. Just anything that doesn't have a bunch of extra legs to grab onto the ship, because that clip is going to go bye-bye once you polymorph him. It's got to be able to hold on itself onto the ship and be able to pull it in. So,
okay,
even like a giant ape would have a real fucking tough time.
So
yeah, that's what I was looking at.
Nori is like hella far from me, so I'm just gonna suddenly fucking transform, aren't I?
Yeah.
I mean, if you're unwilling, then
at least you have an understanding of it, rather than the Dragonborn who are like, what the fuck?
Here's what I can do.
Mm-hmm.
My pixie's concentrating on fly for me.
Correct.
How far away from Amric am I?
Where Amric is currently at, you are looking at about 50 feet.
Fantastic. So essentially, I'm going to hook myself on. Yeah. And I'm going to. Let's see. So a giant octopus would be the best to hang on to this?
Or anything else.
It's weaker than him.
It's more of the fact of it would have extra length. So they're not just straight up pulling on ropes the entire time. It would be able to reach out and grab the base of the mast when it gets decently close. You're going to need something that's going to have a good shot at holding itself onto the ship as well as pulling something else in. So something with 2 arms or something like that, that's going to have to, T-pose it, is probably not the best option, because the only thing it could grab onto is the side railing, and the side railing is not meant to hold a giant ape. So he'd
Okay.
be ripping the side railing off, and he'd giant ape himself into the mast.
Nori would yell, Amric, this is gonna be weird, but trust me! Nori's gonna... She's hooked in. She's going to have the pixie drop concentration on Fly for her, and then have concentration on Polymorph for Amric.
Are you going to tell
That
him
way I don't...
to grab onto something once he changes?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like, trust me, grab onto something.
Okay. And giant octopus?
Yeah.
Okay. Amric, you are now a giant octopus. And Spaghetti is grabbing on to the inside of your pocket. Nori. You said grab onto something. And I
Okay,
heard your
good.
voice, so it's grabbing onto the inside of your pocket right now. You just feel this like your armor's inside breast pocket, just all of a sudden it just goes it just grabs,
Nori
grabs
just
onto you.
goes, just stay.
So Amric, you are a giant octopus right now. Go ahead and give me a dex save. And you do have advantage on this because you have 8 tentacles.
What?
Only
You
plus
said
one.
Dex is +1, right?
Yep, d20
Is
plus
that-
1.
Which is better than your dex, so...
It is. Is that save or it's check?
Save. Because you are saving yourself from going bye-bye.
You
If
said
you
that-
cannot- If he cannot grab onto something, Corn will try to. Oh, never mind.
So 15. It's good enough. Barely, but still good enough. As he just into a giant octopus, and these two dragonborn are like, "Hi, Amric." What the? As he just explodes into a giant octopus form, and then 3 of his tentacles reach down and grab along the deck in different areas. Then the rest of giant octopus Amric is just into the air right now.
He'll be fine.
That's amazing. I love that.
Hey,
Amric
I
does
did
not
this,
believe he
and if
trusts
we
Nori
fall,
any
I
longer.
die, so...
Amric doesn't think he trusts Nori anymore.
But Nori.
You also can still fly.
Nope.
No, you can't. Your pixie's
Nope.
dead.
His
Yeah,
I'm
no.
gonna
pixie-
save your ass.
His pixie went poof.
If I fall, I'm going swimming.
No, I'm gonna grab you.
If he
No,
falls, he
I mean-
turns into sushi. Or calamari, I should say.
Well, how much?
You
how
have
much health
you
does a
have
giant octopus
52
have?
extra hit points.
Yeah.
So
Well, by rules is written, I'd probably be fine. Val would probably kill me though.
Yeah.
Is Wild Shape a concentration spell?
Wild shape? No. Polymorph? Yes.
Can Bella Wild Shape into something to grab the mask?
No.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, but nothing that's going to be able to fly it back.
Yeah, I don't know because she's pulled. Wait, I don't know that. Never mind.
No.
God,
She's got nothing in her repertoire that would be beneficial to her pulling in the mast in any from where you guys are at in any usable way.
Okay,
I'm keeping her in mind, don't worry.
got it.
Racha rolled great, or I rolled for Racha, and he rolled great on the things that he did, so I'm not letting him do anything else because he's the main reason it's still attached to the main mast.
If anyone could save a ship, it's definitely Rachel.
He's done one already. After it was already destroyed, somehow. So, yeah, so I'm just gonna ride his last natural 20 and just keep that as his roll for keeping the mast attached. So, Nori went Kaporin, you want to do anything?
I'm just thinking, is there any for the mask? Is it only are we having difficulty of it because like the mast's open and we're getting wind resistance on it?
Which mast? The main,
The-
the front mast that broke off?
Yes.
No, those sails ripped off. Those are gone.
Okay. I just want to make sure that's
No,
like,
the main problem is that you guys are falling at 100 something, feet
Mhm.
per second, or not a feet per second, but you guys are falling incredibly fast, and that thing is no longer technically attached to the ship, so it's falling at a slower speed than the ship is falling. So it's dragging behind.
Mm-hmm.
And it has a decent weight to it. So that's where the problem's coming in, is pulling it against the force of you falling along with the weight of the mast. Luckily, these top deck Dragonborn, the two that survived, because there were 4 here, one immediately died. One got split almost in 2. But the 2 that remain that passed the fuck out of their deck save, they both have 20s to strength. So they are currently pulling the captain and trying to drag that thing in with a giant octopus scaring the shit out of them.
Yeah, I don't have anything to really
Okay.
pull back. So I guess I'll just get into a position if someone goes flying off, then he will entangle, or not entangle.
Earthbind.
Earthbind them to the ship at least.
Okay.
They
So
don't go.
you clip in, and Bella will say, "Start making her way towards the front," and you guys just you're following behind Polly.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that's that round.
There's a lot going on.
What's Bryn doing?
Bryn is
just
around
made
behind
my
you
way
guys,
up.
so she's just making her way to the top of the deck. So Bryn, you see all this
Imagine
happen.
her coming up to Nori going, Emmerich, just trust me, and then hold on to something, and she went, fuck.
And then just... and then Kaporn behind Polly as they're dragging themselves through the clips.
So you said that the action surge wouldn't really change much because it's the clipping action, right?
Yeah, because each round is 6 seconds. And
Oh yeah.
So it's the action of having to stop, unclip, and like conscientiously
Would it be the
like
same thing for
focus.
haste though too then?
Haste, no. Haste basically sort of overcharges you. So since you can move it for an action or for movement, I'd say that a haste would be something different. You'd
So
be able to
then-
get an extra movement in. So at the end, because it's going to take you 2 turns to go through the clips normally, I'd say at the end of your first turn, you're just your movement away from getting to Amric, or Octopus, and Dragonborns. So at the beginning
Okay.
of the next turn, you could use your movement to finish getting there.
That is what I would love to do.
Okay.
Okay, what turn? How many turns away are we from hitting the fucking water?
4 to 5. Alright, so on this turn, that's what Bryn does. She clips in, pumps haste, and starts moving.
Can Nori help as a giant octopus? No, Can I help as a giant octopus?
How would you help as a giant octopus from way
I
back
don't
here?
know. I really can't. There's like
You
jack
could
shit
grab-
I can do except damage control.
You could grab one of me if we can monkeys in a barrel this mask. How many giant octopuses does it take to get this mask back?
Everyone, switch your fly to polymorph. Everyone's giant octopi now.
And then all the pixies go.
Kapoor just all like collecting pixies at that point. He's like, okay, I gotta.
Kaporn's just skeet shooting fucking pixies out of the air with his Eldritch Blast. Nori, the best that you think, either the time that you get there or everything, it's like, right now, you're probably really wishing you had Windwalk in that spell gem.
I do have Windwalk. in
Okay,
the
then
spell
you
gem.
are ready to pop that Windwalk.
You think I didn't stock Windwalk? We're on this godforsaken
Actually, no,
ship?
Windwalk wouldn't matter because everyone needs to focus for a minute to turn into wind.
That's the problem there.
Yeah,
So
So you're thinking of ways to get out of this.
yeah, which is why I'm saving wild shape so I can snag someone. Because I won't be able to snag the ball, but I can snag maybe 1 or 2.
I wonder which 1 or 2 that would be.
It really
Yeah.
sucks that, like our teleportation tablet is like in the pocket dimension right now.
Inside you, yeah. Somewhere around your second stomach. Your little mouth beak.
Okay.
Okay, so
Oh, my shit is concentration.
Bryn hasting and and moving in that direction. What are the rest of you guys doing?
I got to the front.
Okay. Polly and Kaporin, you guys are finishing your turn, and you guys are pretty much right behind the giant octopus plus 2 dragonborns. 2 dragonborns and an octopus.
guess-
Amric, go ahead and give me athletics as an octopus.
You have a +3 and I believe proficiency.
You know what? I'm just gonna look at the stats box that they're all in there.
I just have it listed under wild shape, so I don't get all of them.
Giant octopus.
Large beast.
I'm just imagining
I
octopus.
do not have athletics, so it's just me
So-
strength. 10, 11, I can't. Okay. So
D20 plus 3.
21.
I like how I heard it on your side, but none of us can see it.
It's I have my thing set to automatically whisper for monsters. I gotta turn it off. 1 second.
Oh, yeah. So if I look. Hey, there it is. All right. 21. So you reach out and you grab, at first, what was just going to be the line, but the Dragonborn pull it in just fast enough for you to grab the bottom of the mast and start to close the distance. And you get it pretty decently far in. At first, you're maxed out, reached out, and now it's about 15 feet. The bottom of the mast is 15 feet away from the side railing. So overall, from where the mast needs to go to where the bottom of the mast is right now, you're looking at about 40 feet. But that would be your entire turn of you just constantly struggling to bring that in.
Yeah, no, I can't like accent chairs or anything right now because I'm wild.
Yeah.
Anymore.
Unfortunately.
Wait, no, that's not how that works.
You said we're up to where they are now.
Just letting Racha know he sent me a bunch of things that he'd like to do. Racha, buddy, you are holding on to that rope on the top mast. You don't want to attach it to your top mast because it might just rip off. So I am just having Racha, like, it's wrapped around the crow's nest of the mast, but he is like also taking a lot of the stress off. Racha's going to be in very pain by the time he's done
I'm gonna
with
say
this.
with his little noodle arms, he's like using all his body weight and.
Oh no,
force
this
and
is like
everything.
he's wrapping it around his forearm to hold it. Like he's gonna be very bad.
Okay.
Not around as bad as it is drinking with dragonborns.
You said that we were up to everyone now. Kaporin and I.
Yeah, at the end of your turn, you would be right
Okay,
behind.
so we can't do an action then.
No, your action is sort of trying to do it faster and get to them and pulling yourselves along. But you guys are there. And then Bryn is right there with you as she finishes her movement for her turn. She looking like Racha and coffee.
Grab a rope.
Right now, there's only 2 ropes, and Amric is grabbed onto the back of the mast. So there really is no where for her to grab at the moment. But I'll say that you can shift your clips in to get ready to move towards where the mast needs to go, because that's a completely other clip. That one of the dragon boards is clipped for that, and one is clipped on the other side. So you'll be there to help guide and move. So you're sitting there prepped and ready. Yeah, so that would end that turn. And that brings us to the next turn. The water's moving very quickly towards you guys. And you are in almost a straight nosedive now. Amric, strength check. Or athletics, sorry.
I couldn't figure out
Cast
how
enhance
to.
ability on Amric.
All right. You reach out and touch a meaty tentacle and give it
Full strength. Advantage on strength checks.
Don't you get like double your carrying capacity now?
Yes.
carrying capacity, athletics, two different things.
I
I know,
couldn't
but he gets
figure out
more.
how to adjust my monster settings, so I'll just roll it twice. And that'll still be whispered.
All right.
1, 2.
Luckily, you had advantage.
Shit.
Jesus, nat 1. Eric would have yeeted the mask the other way.
Oh, Polly!
The eating
Thank
foam
you.
gets worse.
And it was the first roll that was the nat 1 as well.
One tentacle slips, he grabs it with another one and just pull.
Can you upcast the enhance ability so that the other Dragonborn can get it?
He already cast. But it's a 15. So he is able to pull it in, and with the help of the other two Dragonborn pulling it, they make it over the railing onto the deck area. And this is getting past to you, Bryn. You can now grab the actual mast itself with one of the Dragonborns. So go ahead. Initially, this is going to have disadvantage, but since the Dragonborn is there and already ready to move with you, you guys can do flat rolls. He's got to do one, and you got to do one. This is athletics. DC 23. All right, one success. He's got to roll 2. Rolled a 5. Plus his 15 makes 20. So I'll say that you did enough over to cover his lack of. Since you did 5 over and he's only 3 below. So, as an average, you guys are able to start walking it towards where the mast needs to go. And you get about 20 feet. So it's just 10 feet away from you. And it's at least there. Whatever happens after that is a completely different story. You have no clue, but it's at least what you guys are doing. Because he's not hasted, but you are. So it's sort of a... If you want to...
Come on, go faster.
If you want to and you roll a nat 20, I'll say you do it by yourself. But
And if I don't, I fuck up. Or just no more progress is made. It's just the 20.
I'll be nice and say no more progress is made.
So I get a free roll.
Free roll.
Oh man.
It happens, people. It does exist.
You know, it'd be horrible if someone had enough points to roll the isodecahedron.
The icosahedron. Unfortunately, not high enough. As you try to start to move and then realize that he's not hasted behind you, and you're like, oh shit, yeah. And so you just sit there and hunker down and hold it. Anybody else turns?
What the fuck can I even do? I guess I'll walk a little closer. I guess
Nori wants...
not enough to get in the way, but just
Okay.
closer.
Nori gets closer. Racha, you're no longer the main thing holding the mast in, so if there's something you want to do, this is your starting time to do so. Kaporin? Amric?
Do I have stuff left to do this turn? I thought I pulled the mast in.
Well, because the Dragonborn helped you, you guys were able to get it in. So you still have
Okay.
your movement. So that was just your action to bring it in. You still have your movement bonus action.
Okay, if I can do so without getting in the way, I will move to a spot where I can potentially help them do whatever they're doing with the mast.
Okay. So, I don't know if you all dealt with them back in the day, those little balls that have suction cups completely around it, and you can, throw it across the floor, and Amric does that, but in starfish form, around the crew and everything along the deck, and gets to the front of the ship, sort of getting ready for the mast in case they need help.
I can't think of anything to.
Okay. Bella's ready to Polymorph Amric if for some reason he loses his polymorph.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have anything really to pull the mask in, so
Yeah, she's like,
he's there to protect all the crew. If the crew end up going flying somewhere.
gotcha. All right. Brings us to the next turn. Bryn, it's time to roll again.
Hang on a second.
If Polly wants to try and move up fast enough to give her enhance ability, he can.
Oh, I rolled already. I'm sorry.
It's all right.
Because I wanted to recast it at 4th level to get Amric, Bryn, and the Dragonborn.
Okay. The Dragonborn already has something cast on him, so it's... You can
So
cast it, but
3rd level.
you can cast it, but you don't feel it connect to him because he's already got
Okay. I didn't know that, so I cast it anyway. So full strength.
Not a problem. So advantage, Bryn. Bryn just starts walking with it by herself, and all of a sudden this Dragonborn just goes and walks past her and grabs it. He rolled that 20 as well.
Did he really? That's hysterical.
Yeah. So she's just like... The Dragonborn kind of like lets go and reaches and like pulls the splinter out and then comes back up and just takes it from her and just goes into the slot where it broke off of. Nothing seems to happen.
Are we supposed
And then you
to
see
do
the-
something else?
Then you see the Dragonborn pull out from one of his pouches an interesting little metal ball and slams it against the side of the crack of the mast. And these metallic bands shoot out and wrap themselves around the mast and the crack, pretty much giving a sealing effect. And as soon as they clamp down and stop moving, all of you guys, and Amric, I'm gonna need a dex save from you, because you're the only one not clipped in. All of a sudden, the ship just and is stopped rotating.
I'll shoot my first bad roll of the night.
What'd you roll?
No, 16. Oh, I rolled on my character sheet, so what is the 17?
17 was the DC. So, I was about to say, he hangs on by a suction cup and then goes,
At least there's no mask to hit me anymore.
as that was happening, but you still would have had all the momentum this entire fall, and then you getting fucking river rocks skipping across the water.
Oh well, I just go like 40% undead. I'll be fine.
You're already 80.
I'll just go 99% undead. I'll
There
be
you
fine.
go. But the ship comes to a hard halt, upside down. And luckily, during that hard stop, Amric just splayed out all the octopus legs and just sort of pinning down Kaporin, Polly, and Bryn before they end up getting like slipped out as everyone is now dangling upside down from the ship. Even the other Dragonborns as well. The only person not is the captain, because he had his feet planted and he was holding. But everyone else is now dangling from the chains from their clips in, as the ship is upside down, and Racha just goes and raises his hand from the crow's nest where he's at. He's currently upside down. He, too, is not dangling. As the ship is now using the momentum that it did going down and then rewriting itself, he is touching the top of the water as you guys are upside down, sort of barely skimming across the top of the water. Because once you guys pulled in that mast, you no longer were creating drag to slow you down, so you sped up. So it went from 5 rounds to 4 rounds. And you guys are just upside down, just with Racha just sort of washing the rope burns and the the pain away from his arm and hands.
Is salt water?
Anything is better than the sheer hot that he's dealing with. And the ship goes for a while. The captain is holding it, allowing everyone to sort of gain their bearings, pull themselves up against the deck, letting people who are technically above right now, inside the holds, sort of reorient themselves. A couple of them sort of drag and put their heads through the hold of the deck. And the captain says, 20 seconds, I'm riding us. Get everyone ready. 20 seconds later, he slowly rotates the ship back. And then slows the ship down and lands it on the water. Kaporn starts throwing up.
To be fair, I think a lot of people might accidentally, might throw up just because.
Oh yeah, no, that throws up happened. This one's just from the seasickness.
As soon as I hit the water, great.
But you guys look up, and Racha is currently unconscious, hanging from the crow's nest.
Healing word, healing word, healing word, healing word!
It's too late.
Oh no.
This dark mass seems to erupt from his back. Almost like the darkness spell being cast. As it starts to create this shade and shadow over the top of the ship. And Racha's body, still dangling from the chain, sort of gets sucked up into it. You cast the healing word and nothing. Doesn't connect with anything.
Can Kaporan get up there?
You're clipped in. If anything, this would just be reaction time to do this.
Mm-hmm.
Racha gets sucked and pulled up into this darkness area. And then this of energy just cascades out over the entirety of the ship. This violet energy cascades out, and the darkness seems to, like a vacuum sucking up water,
You Trentavir eat it?
swallows the darkness into his chest. And Racha is left there dangling once again. Then he goes,
Healing word, healing word.
no need.
Kaporan clips.
The man at full health.
He's at full health technically, but you can see these large rope burns and portions of his feathers that have been ripped off, smeared off, portions where you would see his skin exposed and everything. But this time you see this purple energy throughout. Rather than seeing skin, it's just this vibrant purple, this vibrant violet. And he's just like, what the fuck? That's where we'll end tonight's session.
Okay. Joy! Oh, we gotta wait a week.
Yeah?
Fuck. What is up with Racha and sucking up entities?
It never happened in this timeline. Now it has.
Would that have happened had he not awoken Tamir?
Nope.
Holy okay.
Dear
I mean, it's everything.
So,
Ah!
with that, we're ending tonight's session. Any questions before I go that I can answer?
No.
We traveled for what, 5 or 6 days?
That was on the 5th day.
Do I get my charisma boost?
No.
Dang.
I'd say by this time of this day, you are 8 hours off.
Okay. That's it for me, I think.
All right.
I'm just happy Nori didn't preemptively go with Pixies and drop me into the water. Kind of expected her to do that.
Why would I do that to you? I was gonna say it's okay,
Just
healing
be-
word, and then
No.
free Emmerich from his octopi prison.
I kind of expected you to just be like, okay, that's over. Drop Pixies and then I'll still be upside down and me like, Nori! And just fall into the water.
Why is it that every time I cast a spell to help somebody, you backfire it on me?
No. It would have been helpful had we not looked at the magic mirror.
To be fair, I think most of the, or at least half of the blame lies with Bryn's wisdom checks.
She
History
didn't get out of there
checks.
fast enough.
So you need to bump up, screw any like fighter stuff. You just need to bump up your
Your next
Your
ASI
history and
is
your
just
wisdom.
is just your intelligence and wisdom.
And if you need a mirror, ask Kaporin. He has many. I'm sure he does somewhere.
What? Can you tell me what the cabin was? Because Bryn won't know.
Oh well, now that you can put it together, yeah, this is the cabin that the Ice Queen had. This was her home when she first came over on the ships. You had, I think, 2 scenes where you saw her through. So you saw one scene of her entering this home, and you saw another scene inside the home because old Floki and his friend were in here during a scene.
Can you give us the stats of that sweet, sweet axe that we just lost?
I am never ever going back for it. You cannot pay me enough.
I was like, damn it, now we're never gonna
Hey.
get it. Bryn was like, I
But
kinda
it's
had a
so
plan.
powerful, it just sheared the mast off a ship.
It is an
I
artifact.
am never
weapon.
looking for
Imagine
it
how
ever.
much. Imagine how much damage Amber could do if he yeeted that axe.
Yeah,
Just think about it.
that's the one axe that needs to get yeeted.
Nori, it is that all that power, all that dangerous power in the wrong hands.
Dad, I need an axe from the ocean.
Just
Honestly,
I am not
if you can
casting divine
convince Nori,
intervention.
go for it.
It is an artifact weapon. That's all I will say.
Have we ever come
Honestly, I
into
know I could
contact with him
probably
before?
find it.
What was that, Kabor?
Have we ever come in contact with another artifact weapon before?
Casey has an artifact weapon.
Oh, she is.
He just has to power her up, that's all.
Yeah, artifact weapons have multiple levels to it, like some other things.
So
I mean, think about it. We're gonna owe these people so fucking much money right now. It could
We
only
already
help
do.
us.
We already do.
It could only
Yes.
help us to have the axe.
just feign ignorance. We don't know what happened.
Amrick's
Yeah, I
just
couldn't
like,
fly out the side of the,
The
ship.
hole is out
They
of
had to fly
our
out the
cabin.
top.
What do you want us to do?
Out of
It's
our
not there?
cabin.
quickly go back to your
Someone-
cabin and make the hole in the floor.
If you want, I can do that. Nori just like summons a ball of lightning.
Let
It
Kaporin
came,
do
it
all
came
the
from the
talking.
hold. It wasn't us.
Let Kaporin do all the talking. Don't worry about it. It'll be fine.
I mean, to be fair, none of you guys really know what the fuck happened.
We don't.
Something just flew out of the mirror and destroyed the boat. Only Bryn
Something-
has
No
an idea
fucking
what
clue
it
what
might
just
have been, and even then, you can't give any sort of description on this axe. You saw the blade edge flying at you, and that's about
It
it.
was too close for comfort, thanks.
Something
Oh.
tried to attack us through a mirror. That's all we know.
All I'm seeing right now is challenge accepted. I want this axe.
If you want to go look for it, be my guest.
But yeah, I was half expecting
Excuse
Nori
you,
to put
it's
the
my
mirror on the
family.
floor, so that would have given Bryn the smallest of chances of dex save catching it before it did damage, if it would have flown in the same direction she did.
Yeah, I figured if the mirror was still being held up, she would have had to dodge or try to get it.
Yeah, well, because I mean, that artifact weapon specifically likes a bloodline.
Oh, it was coming for me. That was fun.
Coming to be with you.
Aw.
At
So
least
it should-
once
it
it
should
got
come
out
back.
of the mirror. No,
I should come back.
doesn't work like that.
She
Yeah,
just starts whistling
have
to the
fun and-
sea. Come here, Axie. Axie, come here.
It's gonna be like 100% like just a phylactery or something.
But
That's okay too.
nevertheless, it has gone into the winds and the waters. If it ended up ever coming back down, we don't know.
That is
Some
the way.
poor person is just gonna get their house destroyed somewhere. Not know
3
why.
continents over. So Bob, what did you do today? Well, went down to the quarry, did some work, had a good lunch. What the fuck?
Bob is gone.
Bob's house is
Oh,
gone.
thank God! I was fucking
The
tired
whole
of him
neighborhood
talking.
is going.
But so yeah, that's where we're gonna end tonight's session with Racha sort of dangling there, glowing violet.
Disco.
Um, and as far as everything else goes, we are taking Sunday off from Roll for Insight and Monday off. Hope everyone has a great Halloween, has fun, or has a quiet Halloween, whatever you prefer. And we will be back next Friday for at that time and purpose the last Friday. I'm sorry, because after that I will be starting my job, so we will only be meeting up on Fridays. At least it's only a seasonal job, so only for a couple months. It'll just be 1 session a week, and Roll for Insights are going to move to Saturdays instead. But beyond that, again, have a good Halloween weekend. Stay safe, and we'll see you. Have a great night.
Bye.
Have a
There you
good
go.
night.
Thank you for all that stayed with us. Again, Halloween, stay safe, have fun. Again, from now on, we are going to be moving to just Fridays for our sessions. Still going to be at 9 o'clock. Roll for Insight's going to be moving to Saturdays until my schedule cleans back up again. But beyond that, have a great night, stay safe, and we'll see you next time.